think so. All right, I think we are live. Welcome and good morning to the Joint Standing Committee on the Environment and Natural Resources. Today is Monday, April 12th. It's 9 a.m. We're getting in an early start compared to last week and the week before that. And excited to be here with all of you this morning. We have a handful of bills that we're going to address with public hearings. And they include LD 946, and then a whole host of bills on site law review, including 678, 988, 1028, 1038, 1089, and 1097. And then we'll probably have a little lunch break, depending on where we are in our schedule, and we'll come back in for LD 909 and LD 1161. So that'll be the order for today. And why don't we go ahead and start with introductions? Representative Bell.
Good morning. Art Bell, House District 47, which is Yarmouth, Chesapeake, and Long Island.
Representative Ziegler.
Good morning. I'm Representative Paige Ziegler from District 96 in Waldo County. The 7 towns of Belmont, Liberty, Lincolnville, Mumphamore, Palermo, and Searsmont. And I will be leaving us in just a few minutes, and I'll be back in a bit. I have to go to a high school class, catch up on my education.
Representative Dudera.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Vicki Dudera. I represent District 94, Camden, Islesboro, and Rockport.
Representative Johansson.
Good morning. Chris Johansson, House District 145, the 18 organized towns between Bridgewater and Sherman.
Representative Bloom.
Good morning. I'm Lydia Bloom. I represent House District 3, the good people of York.
Representative O'Connor.
Good morning. I'm Representative O'Connor. I represent the individuals of House District 5, which is Berwick and North Berwick Park.
Representative Hanley.
Good morning. I'm Jeff Hanley. I represent District 87, which is Pittston, Alna, Wiscasset, and Randolph.
And Senator Bennett.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Rick Bennett. I have the honor of serving 13 towns in Western Maine through Cumberland and Oxford counties in the beautiful foothills and lakes region.
And my co-chair, Representative Tucker.
Good morning. My name is Ralph Tucker. I represent Brunswick in the House of Representatives, House District 50. Thank you.
And Representative Gramlich.
Thank you, Senator. I am Lori Gramlich, and I represent House District 13, which is the lovely seaside community of Old Orchard Beach.
Wonderful. Thank you, everyone. And I'm Stacy Brenner, and I represent Senate District 30, which includes most of Scarborough, all of Gorham, and part of Buxton. And we are assembled today electronically for the purposes of hearing testimony on a handful of bills. I will remind you that the chat feature will just be used for things that are related to the logistics of the meeting, and we will save any substantive conversation to be had in this space. Yes, Representative Bloom.
I'm sorry to ask you to repeat this, but could you please just repeat the order of bills for me again?
Sure.
I didn't write it down.
Of course. You ready?
Yes, now I'm ready.
LD 946, LD 678, LD 988, 1028, 1038, 1089, 1097. And those are actually going to be, that set of bills on site review law will be heard together. LD 909 and LD 1161 will be closing out our day.
Thank you.
Sure. All right. So if you're here to offer public testimony, you will be in the attendee space, and there will be an opportunity to raise your hand and come on over into the participant space, which is essentially our committee room. And it'll feel a little bit like you're disappearing for a minute, but if you hang on, you'll come through what Representative Tepler and HCIFS calls the wormhole, and you'll arrive in our committee Zoom room. So just be patient as you come through that space. You're not getting disconnected, you're just getting transferred over. Okay, I think that's it for housekeeping stuff. Let's go ahead and open our public hearing on 946. And I believe Representative Copeland is here to introduce the bill. Welcome, Representative Copeland. It's nice to see you this morning.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, and distinguished members of the Environment and Natural Resources Committee. My name is Lynn Copeland, and I am honored to represent the citizens of House District 14, which is downtown in coastal Saco. I'm here to present LD 946, a resolve to authorize Maine as the non-federal sponsor with the United States Army Corps of Engineers for the shore damage mitigation project in Saco. The state of Maine has jurisdiction over the Saco River, wherein there is a federal navigational channel with a long stone jetty heading out of the mouth of the Saco River. The jetty was installed by the Army Corps of Engineers in 1867, quite a while ago. The erosion caused by the jetty has severely impacted Ferry Beach State Park and all of the shorelines in Saco Bay. Here's the situation. The state owns the river. There's a federal channel in the river that connects Saco Bay to the downtown areas of Saco and Biddeford. Ferry Beach State Park is on the shoreline of Saco Bay, just north of the mouth of the Saco River within the city of Saco. And in addition to the economic loss of 38 seaside houses and 2 streets, along with the associated tax revenue, the city of Saco typically spends upwards of $350,000 annually of their taxpayers' funds to shore up the shoreline and roadways, and has done so for decades. So basically, it's a state river, it's a federal channel, a federal jetty, and the city of Saco has borne the burden of this for way too long. The communities of Saco, Biddeford, Old Orchard Beach, and Scarborough have had negative effects because of the erosion caused by the jetty. The state's support is sorely needed. There is a long history regarding the jetty. As I stated, it was installed in 1867. The Army Corps of Engineers constructed a large stone jetty on the north side of the Saco River mouth. The jetty has altered the wave action, patterns of currents, and sand deposits, and is the primary cause of the devastating erosion in Camp Ellis that I'm sure you've seen on the news many times in news clips. Okay, the Army Corps of Engineers has accepted responsibility for this structure and much of the damage it has caused. The loss of beach, vegetation, and habitat to endangered species is astonishing and not to be ignored. The piping plover is a small shorebird whose habitat is sandy beaches and is federally listed as a threatened bird species. The city of Saco has beach rules regarding dogs on the beach and the protection of the piping plovers. In fact, there's also the Parks Department has a committee of people who put on their, bright vests and their monitors of the piping plovers. So we take this very seriously. In addition, the safety and well-being of residents and visitors to the beaches along Saco Bay shoreline, animal habitats, and animal habitats are negatively impacted as well. To date, as I said, 38 homes and 2 streets have fallen into the sea, and off the city of Saco's tax roll. So that's waterfront housing, 38 of them gone. 2 streets have also washed into the sea. In my testimony, I submitted a map overlay that shows the houses that are now gone. It's quite shocking. The houses that are now in danger were once 6 or more houses back from the sea. And there's a great deal of information on the City of Saco website. The erosion has and will continue to negatively impact the beautiful Saco Bay shoreline if remediation is not initiated once and for all. This project has been bouncing around for decades. The economic damage to the city of Saco and surrounding communities, along with the state of Maine and Ferry Beach State Park, is real. Along the Saco Bay shoreline is Ferry Beach State Park, which is enjoyed by thousands of visitors each year. In addition to park fees, visitors who vacation in this area shop and dine in nearby downtown communities. The state of Maine has a huge stake in this project in terms of sales tax and other revenue and other economic factors, such as loss of a sandy beach at Ferry Beach State Park. Also in my submitted online testimony is a link to the 2012 fiscal impact analysis. And when you look at that, keep in mind that it is far worse now than it was then. There have been more than 36, count them, 36 studies of this area over the years by either Thornton Academy students, University of New England researchers, the Woods Hole Group, the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, and by Peter Slavinsky, marine geologist at the Maine Geological Survey. And his report is also, the update to his report for 2020 is also there, and you can see he has laid out in beautiful graphic detail the losses to our beach. The plan that is now on the table is the U.S. With the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers is a Section 111 based on the River and Harbor Act of 1968 shore damage mitigation project of the Saco River and Camp Ellis Beach, Saco, Maine, dated September 2017. And it's alternative 6 that we're looking at. There's also a link to the plan on in my written testimony. On page 70 of that report is the Shore Damage Mitigation Project report. In support of the plan, with the efforts of Congressman Tom Allen initially, Congress approved the Water Resources Development Act of 2007 and authorized a maximum federal expenditure of $26.9 million for work under the Section 11 plan at Camp Ellis. There is also additional federal funding that our current federal delegation is working to make available. Senator Angus King, Senator Susan Collins, and Congresswoman Shelley Pingree have been working tirelessly to facilitate the implementation of the agreed upon Section 11 shore damage mitigation project. And like I stated, over the years, there has been much media coverage. A simple Google search will inform you of that. There's videos and houses falling into the sea. It's quite a situation. The Saco City Council voted in favor of the Section 111 plan. While the Section 111 plan does not have a local share component, it does require a non-federal sponsor for any cost overages. This is where state support is needed. The city of Saco and its taxpayers cannot afford to be on the hook for this huge project, which affects not only Saco, but the neighboring communities, Berry Beach State Park, and local sales tax revenue from visitors to the beach communities in Saco Bay that go to the state of Maine. Adding this jetty spur would increase the likelihood of greater economic development in this beautiful seaside community. Accordingly, the state of Maine should agree to be the non-federal sponsor for the U.S. Corps of Engineers Section 111 project of the River and Harbor Act of 1968, Alternative 6. The 130th legislature must authorize the Maine Attorney General to work with the city of Saco and the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers to come up with an agreement with the Department of the Army for construction of the Saco River and Camp Ellis Jetty Section 111 project, Alternative 6. So that is what the language currently seeks, but there are ongoing negotiations between the city of Saco and the federal delegation and the Army Corps of Engineers. So I'm going to leave it to Mayor William Doyle, City of Saco Mayor William Doyle, who's also on this Zoom hearing, and he can elaborate on some of those changes. So we will need some language change here. All right. And there's been plenty of prior political legislation that has, in different ways, worked toward a solution to this very serious problem. The 126th legislature had LD 1644, an act to allow the city of Saco to stabilize the coastline and coastal sand dune system adjacent to the Saco River. The 128th legislature there was HR 101, a House resolution expressing support for immediate action regarding the erosion at Camp Ellis caused by the federal navigation project jetty. The 129th legislature under LD 774, an act to protect Maine beaches and shoreline. And there was an amendment to that LD 774. It integrated a beach management program working group to report to the 130th legislature by January 15th, 2021. I'm unaware if that has, that report has come through. The city of Saco issued a resolve. The Army Corps plan is a link. Senator Angus King, in a U.S. Senate hearing with the Army Corps Engineers candidate, showed how passionate Senator King was about this issue. And the first thing he asked the candidate in the Senate hearing was, do you know about Camp Ellis? And the Army Corps of Engineers candidate for director or whatever position it was the chief. He said, you bet I do. So they're aware of it. It's forefront. So we just have to get through these details, and we're down to brass tacks here. We need to get this moving forward. The state has a lot at stake here, as does the city and other communities along the Saco Bay shoreline. This is why I'm here. I'm a freshman representative, and this is my one and only bill. It's the reason that I am a representative, is to get this done. So we need state support. And that is what I'm here asking for. Senator Pink, I had Senator Pingree here on the jetty herself, getting an understanding of the issues. She was there with Representative, well, at the time, Representative Donna Bailey, and who was the co-sponsor of this bill, and Representative Maggie O'Neill, and at the time, Senator Justin Chenette, along with Saco City councilors. In passing this bill, multiple problems would be resolved, including saving the Piper plovers and their habitat. As I stated, negotiations with the Army Corps of Engineers are advancing, but not complete. I asked for time to adjust the language in LD 946, and I thank you for the opportunity to present this bill, and I am happy to answer any and all questions that you may have about this. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Representative Copeland. I believe Representative Bloom has a question for you.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator. Welcome, Representative Copeland. I appreciate the problem that you are dealing with in your town, and I thank you for presenting what you think is a solution. And I guess it just doesn't make sense. So are you really saying that if we partner, if the state of Maine is a partner with the federal government, that the Army Corps will actually invest the $26.9 million in fixing it?
Well, that money has already been approved. The allocation of that money has already been approved by Congress. So that's a done deal. But what we need to do is get it appropriated. So we need to be able to join the mix of all the other projects in the country and get it coming. But like I said, Senator, the senators or our federal delegation, I'll just call them, have been working seriously, very hard on this issue. And I know there was some opposition in the testimony from the state of Maine geologist, but I think that when he sees the language changes that Mayor Doyle is going to talk about, he will be comforted to know that it's not that horrible. So what's happening is there's new technology out there. So we're expecting the project to run under the 26.9 million cap by millions. So, but it is the Army Corps of Engineers mandate that there be a non-federal sponsor. So whether it goes under or not, it's a hurdle that we're struggling to get over. And until we submit a letter, or we, the city of Saco, submit a letter to the Army Corps of Engineers saying that the non-federal sponsor issue has been satisfied. And sorry.
So if you send that letter and you satisfy that requirement, what do you think that it will then be appropriated?
Yes,
will be appropriated. So this is what they're waiting for how many years? 15 years?
Yes,
it's terrible. I mean, and all the losses that we've had, and so you're saying that this is a very important step, but it certainly isn't. We still need the appropriation.
We still need the appropriation, but that's looking positive.
Right.
The city of Saco this evening is going to be discussing this issue and looking at a letter to go to the Army Corps of Engineers, but it hasn't been ratified by them, so I'm not going to speak to it. But there's some really incredible innovation out there with these living shoreline program. And it diverts the waves, it builds a reef, it solves all these issues. And it doesn't interfere with our fishing. It's just like a win-win situation, and it's much less expensive than the older styled proposal. So that's going to need to be addressed with the Army Corps of Engineers, and that's ongoing as well. So the situation is coming to a head, and we're going to get some good action here. There's been a lot of issues, it's been 50 years, right? There's been a lot of, I talked about all the legislative bills that have been put in about this project, and there's been a lot of work that's gone on. So it's not like, oh, well, we just needed, the state to sign on to this. There's been a whole lot more going on.
Right.
The community has come together. We have Save Our Shores, Saco Bay, and Kevin Roach and David Plavin, I believe, are on, and they're going to be talking about this as well. The whole community is rallied around this. This is so important. I mean, Saco is an amazing city. We have so much to offer. There's farms, there's trails, there's a beautiful downtown, and there's the beaches and the gorgeous river. I mean, there's the economic impact here to the city of Saco and the state of Maine is considerable. And the piping plovers are not to be dismissed either. Those piping plovers, we monitor them, and that's really, they're really important here. We have marked off areas where people shouldn't go. We have people watching to see when the piping plovers are nesting and mating, and the hatchlings are out. I mean, we really protect them as best we can, and their habitat is shrinking.
Great.
So,
thank you very much, Representative Copeland.
Thank you, Representative Bloom. Any other questions?
Yeah, Representative Gramlich has a question for you.
Thank you, Senator, and thank you, Representative Copeland, for bringing this really important issue in front of us. You had referenced that there are implications not only that affect Saco because of this jetty. I know in this committee back in the 129 is aware that I did a fair amount of work on beach erosion with LD 774. Unfortunately, that legislation did not get signed into law due to COVID. So I'm curious, I've been doing a little bit of work with the department around some of these issues, and I'm curious if this gets approved and the state becomes this non-federal partner, and again, this might be something for the work session, but I just want to make sure that we're continuing to do the work that we've done in terms of partnering with the department. And, and if we can get some analysis, and you may have done this, Representative Copeland, in terms of the implications that the beach erosion potentially can have on our tourism and our tourism dollars. I think that's very significant, and I don't think it's anything that we could lose or should lose sight of. So curious, Representative, if you worked with the department and how you've been able to perhaps assure that we can continue the work that's already been started.
Well, this is a direct continuation of the good work that you have done. So you talked about how it affects all the other communities, and so when the wave action scoops out from the jetty right in Camp Ellis, it scoops out the sand, and that's where it starts, but it keeps on going. So some people have said, why don't you just remove the jetty? But then that would put Biddeford's community of Hills Beach and the University of New England in the hot seat there. So there was real concern that that we would just be passing the damage to them. And we're a community that cares about our neighbors, and it's no way we do that. So going up the shoreline, we have the Ferry Beach State Park has lost a lot of its sandy front beach, and there's been trees falling down, and they take care of that stuff, but they haven't really wholeheartedly gotten to the point where they are engaged in this process, and I don't understand why. And I know that it goes further up to the Goose Fair Brook, which the sand accretion is there, and it's causing the sand to not yet, but potentially close the Goose Fair Brook, which is catastrophic for your great city of Old Orchard Beach, because there's a waste treatment plant up the creek. And that's catastrophic in the marshes and in general. And there's also issues going up even further. There's a community up in Scarborough that has gained so much of our sand that they have a whole neighborhood on it. I mean, it's so much sand you can't imagine. So we need to stop this because it's moving up, and you could say, well, nature is doing its thing, but nature didn't start this, and it's affecting everyone here. So the economic impact is ginormous, to use a very official word, and not to be taken lightly. I mean, this is affecting people's homes, people's ancestral homes. People have been living here for generations and generations, and we have to do something.
Thank you, Representative. Thank you.
Okay.
Appreciate that.
All right. Any additional questions for Representative Copeland? Great. Thank you so much for presenting the bill. And I think rather than bring the DEP right in, I think perhaps let's hear from the mayor to continue offering a description of the legislation. And then after that, we'll bring the DEP in. Good morning, Mayor Doyle. Welcome, and thanks for joining us.
Good morning. Thank you very much for having me here today. Are we ready to begin? Okay.
We are always ready whenever you are.
Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, and members of the Environmental and Natural Resources Committee, thank you very much this morning for allowing me the opportunity to present before you. My name is William Doyle, Mayor of Saco and former City Councilor. I was elected in 2019. I'm not going to, unlike many other politicians, I'm going to try and be brief. Representative Copeland hit the high points, so I won't rehash those too much. With that, where are we today? Okay, so we have already, the City Council has already approved a letter of support to the Army Corps for option 6 of the Section 111 project. We've sent that to the Army Corps. The Army Corps has sent that back and said it's not specific enough. Okay, so we're now in the process of submitting another letter. Hopefully the City Council will approve that tonight. That will go to the Army Corps, and then that starts the process of getting us a project partnership agreement. So we have not received a project partnership agreement at this time. And for a long time, there's been an internal debate in the community over do we go with option 6 or do we not go with option 6? Do we try option 25A or do we try? I mean, there's, as Representative Copeland said, there's been many studies and there's been a lot of talk. But as this was a highlight of my campaign, it's time for action, no longer time for talk. So we are trying to move this, move this forward that works out for everybody. But we need your help. We need the state's help because we cannot do it alone. So in preparation for today, I did actually review the testimony for the director of the Maine Geological Survey. And so I'm forgetting the name at the moment, but I believe it's Mulvaney or Marvaney. Forgive me, I can't remember at this moment. But two things in the testimony was correct. The PPA has not been received, and that this is a unique cost/ownership provision. So the Army Corps is saying we'll build this 750-foot spur jetty, and you're going to take ownership of it. Option 6 also says, and I'm speaking a little fast because I know I have 3 minutes, so I'm trying to get through it. But $75,000 a year will help. Will be enough to maintain that spur piece. Well, as Representative Copeland said, we already spend approximately $300,000 a year battling sand erosion from the current jetty, not from the spur, but from the current jetty. So if we can stop some of that erosion with this spur, and we can take some of the money we're already spending and divert it to ongoing maintenance of the 750-foot spur. So let's talk about what happens if we do nothing, right? If we sit here and play the games that we've always played before of, well, this is too much, we can't do this. Here's what happens. We lose more homes. As Representative Copeland said, we've lost 38 homes at a total value. The value of the homes has been over $5 million. The taxable valuation for the city of Saco has been over $3.2 million. That's the amount of money that we have lost in valuation from those 38 homes. In addition, the total infrastructure costs up to 2020 was over $9 million that we've spent in infrastructure and repair costs. If you look most recently, the city of Saco had to shut down a road because the sand and the concrete barriers had rolled over due to a latest storm. And that was a small storm back here in late February, early March. It shut down a city street for 3 to 4 weeks. And right now that street is still, there's still a detour sign there today because of it fully hasn't been cleaned up by Public Works, and Public Works can't be down there all the time repairing that road. So again, if we do nothing, more homes will be lost, and the city will continue to bear the burden of fixing this alone. One of the things that has come up, and one of the things that we hope to get to as part of this project partnership agreement when that time comes, is working with the Army Corps, working with the value engineer, and trying to build in what's known as the company of Living Solutions, which the Army Corps has worked with several times. And what they do is they bring in what are, they're triangular type concrete barriers, but they're not like the spur, they're not like the current jetty. They wouldn't be built in there. They would flow with the wave action. So as the wave action comes in, it accepts the wave action and then redirects the wave action, so that when the wave action comes out on the other side, it's less impactful than it was coming in. And we're very hopeful that in partnering with the Army Corps and Living Solutions, that will be a significant savings around that $26.9 million that's currently allocated. We will continue to advocate with the federal delegation to get more money, but that is not, at the present time, that's not a possibility. So we're looking for the state to help us and be that non-federal co-sponsor.
Thank you, Mayor Doyle.
Thank you, and I apologize if I went over my time. I did try to keep it brief, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
We appreciate hearing from you. Representative Bloom has a question for you.
Thank you, Senator. Mayor Doyle, thank you for being here. I know this is a really huge issue, and it just doesn't seem right, again, that it's been going on for so long. I hope that the state can help. Now, having said that, the idea of the solution to the problem, it seems like it's not been, you haven't figured out exactly. You want to do this living shoreline solution, but it's not. Is that in option 6? Or I guess I apologize. I don't know exactly what option 6 says, but that can be part of what option 6 can do. Is that correct?
Representative Bloom, thank you for that question. And a lot of people don't fully understand option 6. So it's a very unique project, but what option 6 essentially is they build the 750-foot spur jetty off of the original jetty. And that's what option 6 is. That's currently what's on the table, and that's currently what the Army Corps plans to do. But as part of the process of government and as part of the process of the wheels in motion, the value engineer that the Army Corps will utilize can then look at different options once you get past and once you get to the project partnership agreement. That value engineer, as part of their analysis, will go through and say, okay, well, what can we use over here? What can we use over here? And they'll kind of direct the ship here at once you get it, once you get it sailing. And I'm using a little bit of metaphors here, but that's kind of how we understand it. But in the end, if living shorelines is not an option, again, we are hopefully, with City Council support, we are moving forward with option 6 because the impacts of doing nothing are too great.
Thank you. So in other words, you've got an agreement, this option 6, you've got this idea. You just have to be able to move beyond and satisfy the partnership thing, so you can move then beyond to actually do the work and negotiate the proper solution for that park, for that area. Did I summarize that well enough?
Yes, the wheels of government move slowly.
Thank you. So did Peter Slavinsky propose a solution to the problem, or did he just study the problem?
I believe Peter Slavinsky prepared a study and has put that study out. I don't know that he's proposed an actual solution.
Well, Living Shorelines is part of the Maine Climate Council's 4-year action plan to mitigate against sea level rise as well. So it's a very, it could be doing a couple of things if you're able to do that, because you have to take that into consideration now as well. So there's a lot there. Well, thank you very much for being here.
Thank you, Representative Bloom.
Representative Gramlich.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Mayor Doyle. It's nice to see you again, and thanks for coming over to our little Zoom meeting. I want to make sure that what I thought I heard from Representative Bloom's question and your answer, I want to make sure I'm getting this correctly, and I'm just going to rephrase it, and you can let me know if I got it. Am I to believe, or are we to believe, that part of the remedy for this issue is extending the jetty further into Saco Bay?
Thank you, Representative Gramlich, and thank you for being here, and thank you for taking an active approach in the solution of the entire Bay issue. We thank you for being a part of the symposium last year, and we missed you this year, as I know everybody's schedules are busy. But no, we're not looking to extend the current jetty out into Saco Bay. What option 6 is it's a 750-foot L-shaped spur, or kind of like a straight spur off of the current jetty towards the Goosefair Brook. So it's kind of it'll kind of look like a T in the end. And so, but that's a concrete 750-foot spur jetty. So it'll look similar to the current jetty. It'll just be a kind of like a T off of that jetty, or an extension off of that current jetty, but not out into the bay. It'll be redirected towards Old Orchard, towards the Goosefair Brook. And again, hopefully, as Representative Copeland kind of talked about with Living Solutions, we are hopeful that working with the Army Corps and working with the Living Shoreline solution, we can build something that is not so, to pardon the word, but concrete, and that it will be a little bit more fluid to allow for growth and allow for the industry to continue to improve. So, and what I will point out is we had a dredging in 2018 of the Saco River, which put a significant amount of sand on our beach in that area, and that was 2019. Today, most of all that sand is gone. So again, may I finish?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you had. Pardon me.
Yeah. So again, the impacts of doing nothing is just not acceptable. And so that's why we're so steadfast in our resolution to get something.
Thank you very much.
Mayor Doyle,
Thank
I have
you.
a quick question for you before we finish together. Can you give me sort of a sense of how much of the property we're talking about is available for public access versus private land ownership?
Senator Brenner, that's actually a great question. All of it. All the beach is open to the public. So that section of the beach from the jetty all the way up to Kinney Shores, I believe, is all public beach.
Thank you. Any other questions for Mayor Doyle? Yes, Representative Hanley.
Yes, thank you, Senator. Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Doyle, the proposed perpendicular jetty, is that a guaranteed problem solver?
Representative Henley, thank you very much. That's a great question. And the quick answer to that and the non-political answer is no. Unfortunately, there's no 100% problem solver. These are ideas that have been studied, and these are the best options that have come up with by the Army Corps of Engineers and other folks that have participated in those studies. And I guess that's why we are trying to integrate some of the new technology that has come out into those studies that have been talked about it and been on the books for years now. We're trying to integrate different options in there. So the quick answer is no, there's no 100% guarantee that this will resolve the problem.
If I may, is there a high probability of success? I mean, is this the best option of all options?
I believe if you read the Option 6 report, the Army Corps puts this as the best option to solve the problem, because what the perpendicular 750-foot spur would do is when the wave action comes in and takes the sand and starts to, and I'm not a scientist, so please excuse me, I'm going to try to do the best I can here. But when it takes the sand and hits it against the jetty, instead of sending that out into the Saco Bay and up to Scarborough and redepositing it into the mouth of their river that they then have to dredge every 5 years at a cost of $5 million to that community. Instead of doing that, the sand would be directed towards the jetty, then hit the perpendicular spur and be redirected to Saco shores. So therefore, kind of a self-fulfilling cycle here of putting our sand back onto our beach. And again, that was the whole concept design of the Army Corps of Engineers. But again, it's the best option that we have today, and that's where we sit.
Mr. Doyle, have you ever heard the statement that I'm from the government and I'm here to help?
I have heard that statement before.
Thank you, Mr. Doyle.
Thank you.
All right. Any additional questions for Mayor Doyle? All right. Thanks for joining us. We are the
Thank you very
government,
much.
and we appreciate you thinking that we can help you. And next up, we're going to bring in the state geologist from the Department of Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry. My apologies to you. My default is to think that it's always DEP that's here in front of us. So we will welcome our state geologist next. Whoops. Mr. Marvini.
Hang on, here.
We can hear you. We can't see you yet.
Yeah, I'm working on that. There we go.
Welcome. There you are.
Okay. Thank you very much for the opportunity, Senator Brenner and Representative Tucker and members of the committee. My name is Robert Marvini. I'm the state geologist and I'm the director of the Bureau of Resource Information and Land Use Planning in the Department of Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry. And I'm speaking in opposition to LD 946. First and foremost, our opposition to the bill does not represent opposition to the City of Saco or the Corps of Engineers project to mitigate the beach erosion, coastal and erosion issues at Camp Ellis caused by the federal jetties. My agency and the Department of Environmental Protection have been working for decades with the City of Saco to mitigate the beach erosion, coastal flooding, and property damage caused by the jetties. We worked with the Corps of Engineers on designing the comprehensive study that identified the proposed project. And this project has two parts. It's the 750-foot spur jetty that you've heard about, and it's a massive beach nourishment project, probably on the order of 300,000 cubic yards of sand to be put on the beach. The spur jetty, the rocks in the spur jetty would deflect wave energy. Wave energy currently is being carried down along that northern jetty and reflected off of that onto the beach. The spur, the rock would deflect some of that energy back and allow beach nourishment to last longer on the beach than it currently does today, as you've heard. So that we support this design. It minimizes our primary concern, which has always been we need to ensure that whatever happens at Camp Ellis doesn't simply shift the erosion problem farther north on the beach. So our opposition is to the project partnership agreement that the Corps of Engineers insists is necessary to move the project forward. The resolve requests that the state of Maine sign the binding agreement with the Corps of Engineers, and the state has not seen the details of that agreement at this time. Furthermore, we believe the pathway to a lasting solution at Camp Ellis is one that keeps all parties engaged, the City of Saco, the state agencies, and the Corps of Engineers. The Corps has stated many times over the decades that a project partnership agreement will commit the local partner to long-term maintenance of the project, including multiple cycles of beach nourishment. I think we're not terribly concerned about maintaining the rock structure in the spur. We're concerned about the ongoing cost of beach nourishment. The commitment could reach many tens of millions of dollars over the next 50 years. The Corps has also made clear many times that once the current federally authorized funds are expended, they will have no further responsibility for mitigating future erosion in Saco caused by the federal jetties or their modification. And we just view this as an unacceptable term. There's no national precedent for a state or municipality to take over full responsibility for a federal coastal engineering project. In summary, the state agencies remain committed to working with the City of Saco on a long-term solution at Camp Ellis. However, passing the resolve would mean that the state is warranting the work of the federal government. Thanks for your time, and I'll be happy to answer any questions now or at the work session.
Thank you, Mr. Marvini. Representative Bloom has a question.
Thank you. Welcome, Mr. Marvini. Nice to see you again. And involvement, I mean, it seems to me that everyone is involved in this, whether they want to or not. I don't see how a partnership agreement's going to stop that. Saco is certainly involved. But I guess, is there some language that we could put into the bill that would satisfy the state And, you know, and if the agreement isn't acceptable to the state, couldn't it be negotiated?
I think we'd be very happy to be involved in negotiations on a project partnership agreement. I think the difficult language in the resolve is that it's directing the state to be that partner before we've even had any discussions with the Corps over specific parameters in the agreement. And, you know, we really have not seen the detailed language. And our concern, I mean, yes, we all need to stay committed and everybody is still at the table, but it's our understanding, and it's been the Corps' position all along, that once this $26.9 million is expended, they will be done with dealing with the problem at Camp Ellis. And that's just unacceptable, should be unacceptable for all of us, that the Corps could walk away after spending this money.
Is there any way to resolve that? You don't think there's any way through our federal delegation that we could resolve
no,
that?
I think those are options we should probably exercise. And we've been working with the delegation for all these decades. I traveled with the city of Saco back in, I don't know what year it was, to visit Representative Allen's office, Senator Snow's office, and Senator Collins' office to make the pitch that got the $26.9 million. That was a long time ago. We do need to move forward, but to simply sign off on an agreement that says this is all the Corps is ever going to spend here, and their responsibilities are you know, then they have no future responsibility. I mean, that's the problem we see.
May I follow up, please? So you say that that's unprecedented in other projects, that particular demand from the Army Corps is not replicated elsewhere?
As far as we know, there's no other project like this where the local partner eventually becomes 100% responsible for future maintenance of the project.
Wow. Seems like we could maybe resolve that, I hope.
I hope so.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Representative Bloom. Are there any additional questions for Mr. Marvini today? Yes, Representative Tucker.
Mr. Marvini, are you speaking just for your unit, or is this the position of the current executive administration?
This is the position of the administration.
Thank you.
Any additional questions?
I guess
Representative Bloom.
Sorry, I want to, Mr. Marvini, I asked you, is there anything that we could put in that resolve? And I guess I didn't get a clear answer. Is there anything else that we can put in this resolve that would make you more supportive, make the administration more supportive?
I haven't seen the suggested language from Representative Copeland, but that could be a starting point. I think asking the state to be part of a negotiating team with the city and to negotiate with the terms of the agreement with the Corps of Engineers would be acceptable, for example.
Great, thank you.
So maybe for the work session, Representative Copeland, you might be able to provide us with some of that amended language so that there might be more for us to work with. All right. Any folks thank you, Mr. Marvini. I think we're all set. I don't see any other questions. Thanks for joining us. If there's any other attendees in the attendee space that are here to speak in favor of the legislation, if you could raise your hands and we'll bring you over into the Zoom meeting space. Okay, we're going to go in this order: Kevin Roche and then David Plavin.
Can you hear me?
I can, Mr. Roche, but we can't see you. There we are. Welcome.
Hello. There we go. Hello, I'm Kevin Roach, president of Save Our Shores, Saco Bay. And that name is no accident because we are here to issue advocacy for the mitigation of all erosion or sand problems up and down Saco Bay. We try to connect citizens to government. First off, COVID has, of course, made this to be a Zoom meeting, but it's also has made our number one resource, the number one visited spot in the area, our beach. And we're off a hugely crowded beach for tons of visitors this past weekend in nice warm weather. This is not a Camp Ellis issue. This is not a sea level rise issue. This is a man-made problem that requires man-made solutions from all sectors, government and private engineering and know-how. I want to interject quickly here about the project partnership agreement. Yes, we do not have that in-house, but it has already been determined that nobody is on the hook for future tens of millions sand replenishments. What the Army Corps has already agreed to was that, yes, they want to walk away after the 27 million, but in no circumstances is Saco or anyone else on the clock to do anything else. What we are looking for is state backup and, you know, insurance policy or not, wait for that, have that partnership agreement, yes, to be part of negotiation. But there has been no determination of how much anybody is on the clock on this partnership agreement. We just want the state to back up, not just little Saco to the big federal government, but to back up an entire bay, an entire region that creates so much economic activity here in the area. This is not a political party issue. This is not inland versus coastal communities. We have all sectors affected, starting from Scarborough, furthest north. They have to pay $5 million every 5 years to dredge out the harbor. That's affecting the lobstermen there. We got Goose Fair and Old Orchard Beach that is getting blocked up, and they have environmental septic problems coming out and can't escape because of this clogging of the sand. Also, this doesn't stop with the Army Corps project. We are ongoing for other solutions as well. Shared dredge, dune planting, living shoreline solutions. And specifically this project, it was brought up that, oh, well, that this has never been done before. Yes, this is a very unique project in the entire country that at the level of cost this is to such a small community where it is 100% the Army Corps' fault. A full fault project situation of the Army Corps, this type of money to one community, to starting with one community where a jetty is located in Camp Ellis. Again, I neglected to thank, first off, our Representative Copeland and our mayor and our council, because finally we got it to this point. We finally got to this point. And, you know, the timing of this presentation is a little bit awkward because of the delays that has happened for many factors. We had an election, we had a delay of personnel changing. We had a letter of support that was rejected at first. So there has been a delay, and, you know, I know you've already discussed possibly language changes, but have no doubt this has to happen. I mean, we definitely need some sort of state support here, whether it's the only undersigned project partnership non-federal sponsor, or there's three-way commitment, whatever that case may be. Last thing, I've gone over 3 minutes, I apologize, but last thing, Living Shorelines. Living Shorelines has been a great find. I have to thank our Vice President, David Plavin. He has submitted written testimony. He helped bring this into the picture. Yes, we do believe that once the city sends the letter of support and we await the draft partnership agreement, that Living Shoreline Solutions can fit that parallel jetty in Plan 6, the 750-foot spur jetty. And we are really looking forward to be able to start that negotiations and save, upwards of $10 million in this 26.9 project. And that will keep the state, if it's the state or the city, much less liable for any cost overruns or any issues. And have no doubt, the Army Corps, they are on the clock. If they screw up the project, they are warranted that they cannot mess up the project. I mean, they just can't walk away if they totally mess it up. But so in conclusion, please, thank you. Okay, yeah. Take care.
Well, hang on for a second. Let's see if there's any questions. Representative Gramlich.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Mr. Roach, for being here. Can you may or may not know the answer to this, but can you help the committee understand what involvement the Army Corps has had? I know this has been an ongoing problem for decades. You identified that it's a man-made issue, I'd like to say a human-made issue. But regardless, what involvement has the Army Corps had in helping to mitigate some of this in terms of all of the issues that we've talked about?
Absolutely zero. So that's why we're after them to get this done. They have no interest of coming out here and helping. So, and we've been on them for 5, 7, at least in my time, 7 years on this issue. So they are basically being dragged to make sure this gets done. I'll give you an example. We thought we were at a point 2 or 3 years ago, bringing it up, get it to DC, letter of support, everything. They then came up with, well, you need to fund the sand replenishments up front, which is the $50 million. It changed a $26 million project to an over $70 million project. So we're not looking to continue a fight with the Army Corps. The city has finally come forward to united as one to say, here's the letter of support you need to get going. But have no doubt that, it is us as a community that are saying it's your fault. We've checked every box for you. And now it's just this partnership agreement that's going to come in and resolve it.
Follow up, if I may, Madam Chair.
Yes, please.
Thank you. That's helpful, Mr. Roach. I appreciate that. So if we were to pass this resolution, what kind of assurances would we have that the Army Corps would indeed follow through on what they haven't done for decades?
Well, that's going to be what the language comes over on the PPA, and also what can be negotiated for what's going to be put in, maybe changes that Lynn makes. But one idea that it is that be specific, at least initially, about what dollars are we talking about. If the project's a $26.9 million project, and there's costs, if they say someone's responsible for cost overruns, and the state is, say, the non-federal sponsor, what is that dollar? What cost overrun are we talking about? Because, you can't get anything straight out of the Army Corps stuff. They're going to do, what's going to happen is the letter of support will send into the Army Corps, and they'll spend the next few months recosting the project. So we'll have to see what that comes up with as well. So I don't ask my state, I want the state, my tax dollars for the state, to be spent smart. And I want to know what type of cost overruns are they talking about. So that's step one. The step two is the long term. Where in the long term are they saying that they're not going to handle anything? I mean, we think sand replenishments could be got on further federal funding from our delegation from Congress. However, living shorelines, that type of jetty, an array of jetties that allows sand and water in, but not sand easily to escape, we might not need those sand replenishments. So again, as specific as we can of what the state is sponsoring, with also being smart about long-term solutions.
Thank you, Mr. Roach. Any additional questions? All right, thanks for joining us. We'll bring David Plavin in next. Welcome, Mr. Plavin. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you for giving me the time. My name is David Plavin. I'm here to speak in support of LD 946. I'm the Vice President of SOS Saco Bay, Vice Chairman of the City of Saco Shoreline Commission, and a coastal resident. For 4 decades, the history of the Saco Bay shoreline, Camp Ellis in particular, has been marked by disaster and government dysfunction. Furthermore, for the past 16 years, state government, other than our local representatives and relevant departments, have turned a cold shoulder and left the local towns to fend for themselves. One of the state's most precious natural resources washing away, it's almost gone. This is our opportunity for the state of Maine to stand up and support a motion to save this shoreline. The ask is minimal. Any commitment is contingent on an agreement with the Army Corps of Engineers. If the proper review is done, the cost will be well defined and any expenditure can be avoided. Without some sort of man-made remediation for a man-made problem, the total of 38 homes lost will grow. The loss to local economies and exponentially the state economy will put additional strain on area residents. Unless somebody steps up to make an agreement happen to get the Army Corps to reverse the destructive trend it started, all hope is pretty much lost. Along with local and federal support, we need the state of Maine. We need the state to stand up, do the right thing, support L 946 and show us that you really care. And that's my speech. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Plavin. Any questions for Mr. Plavin? All right, not seeing any. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else in the attendee space that's here to speak in favor of the legislation? Anyone here to speak in opposition to the legislation? Not seeing any hands. Anyone here to speak neither for nor against? If you could raise your hand. Ms. Bardovics.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can hear you. We can't see you, but we can hear. Oh, now we can see you and hear you. Welcome.
Location I'm in. I have attended a lot of the Army Corps meetings over the years, and the Saco Bay issue is huge. The Army Corps refused to even think about sea level rise when they were looking at the developing the project. I don't know how we can impact the Army Corps, but I think somehow we have to stand up to them because they are not doing their due diligence, and the leaving the city of Saco and the state of Maine this way, I'm just been listening in, is horrifying. And I hope there's a way to use a stick against them because obviously carrot's not going to work. So just good luck, and know that I have been so sensitive to what's been happening in Saco because you ask them about sea level rise and they say, we don't have to think about it. Well, okay, so who does? Anyway, good luck.
Thank you for that. Any questions for Ms. Bardovics? All right, thanks for joining us. Is there anyone else in the attendee space that's here to speak about the legislation? All right, and with that, I believe we will end our public hearing on LD 946. And thank you, Representative Copeland, for bringing this forward. And we will schedule a work session in a week or so in the future, sometime in the future. I'm not sure how soon. We have a pretty packed schedule going forward. And if there's anything anyone needs for the work session, give it some thought and we can bring it up some point today, and we can always ask Dan and Deirdre to help us with that. And with that, we'll end the work session and we'll move on to a work session for Senator Kimes' bills. I'm going to read the numbers: LD 678, 988, 1028, 1038, 1089, and 1097. So we'll welcome Senator Keim into our space.
May I
Yes,
just-
Representative Tucker.
Just make a slight correction.
Yes,
These are
please.
Public hearings and not work sessions.
Thank you. All right, welcome Senator Keim.
Good morning. Can everyone hear me fine?
We can, yes.
Great. So this is a first for me to present this many bills all at once, so we'll see how it goes. All right, good morning, Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, and esteemed members of the Joint Standing Committee on Environment and Natural Resources. I am Lisa Keim, and I'm honored to represent the citizens of Senate District 18, which includes Northern Oxford County and 2 communities in Androscoggin. I am here today presenting 6 bills that have all stemmed from my work on the Governor's Economic Recovery Committee, specifically the Infrastructure Committee, which was tasked to research and gather an overview of several sectors, including construction. Representative voices from the construction industry presented to our subcommittee the barriers and opportunities of their industry and improvement suggestions that would be most helpful in recovery from the COVID pandemic. While the array of concerns and issues were broad, an obvious common thread emerged to streamline the regulatory process to create a more stable and predictable business climate. The ERC Infrastructure Subcommittee observed that with the onset of COVID, Maine was increasingly recognized as a desirable place to live, work, recreate, and invest. Maine has tremendous natural resources and desirable communities in which to live. Businesses and investors from a wide diversity of industries have projects in process and proposed. These projects will expand Maine's tax base, create jobs, revitalize its communities, improve its transportation and utility infrastructure, and help move the state toward a renewable energy and sustainable future. The golden goose is Maine's environment, as we all recognize. A regulatory process is in place to protect it, but the process can be slow, uncertain, and subject to interpretation and variation by regulators. Another lens to view the improvement suggestion found in the 6 bills is the Maine Economic Development Strategy 10-year plan that was released in November 2019. That report recommends pursuing opportunities for sustainable fishing, such as aquaculture, increasing affordable housing, and expanding our forest-based industry through manufacturing innovative building materials, bioplastics, and biofuels. For timely development to take place, Strategy F of the economic strategy further states that implementation of Maine's high regulatory standards, which critically safeguard our natural resources, should be predictable, transparent, efficient, and streamlined. In fact, Action F1 states that state government should review and simplify the application decision process and timeline, and look at ways to improve efficiency, including areas of redundancy and options for multiple work streams for permits. The ERC Infrastructure Subcommittee found the observations of industry experts dovetailed with the findings and recommendations of the 10-year economic plan. And we then engaged in conversations with the DEP to outline some needed changes in the permitting process. Costs are added to a project in a few ways, through landscape architect planning, department fees, and potential delays, because time is money. These bills seek to address the delays by allowing the department to focus their limited resources where they add the most value, to projects that are most technical and have significant environment impact. LB 678, an act regarding timelines for permitting by the Department of Environmental Protection is a bill which is a concept draft proposing to amend the laws governing permitting by the Department of Environmental Protection, specifically the requirements for who may intervene in a department application review, deadlines for and limitations on submitting public comments for complex projects, the duration of public comment periods during permit application process, and requirements on the ability to appeal a decision of the department. While this bill is not specific to any type of development, the need for this bill is best understood when recognizing that it took the same developer to propose and finalize their California aquaculture development project a whole year longer to finalize virtually the same project here in Maine. Business developers need solid parameters around their projects. They need to understand the hurdles and impediments before they begin investing, so they can plan project timing and costs accurately. In Maine, if public pushback is strong on any particular project, people seek to frustrate development through endless appeals. This can happen even if the group of opponents represent only a small minority. While public perspective on development is critical to preserving our state, it is also important to respect the investment of the people who want to develop Maine. This legislation is presented as a concept draft because the only way to fairly address the laws governing appeals and the intervener process would be through a stakeholders group. Maine needs to be a place where voices are heard and also to provide a predictable process. Should the committee have interest to pursue changes in this area, I would be happy to discuss further a process to do so. LD 988, an act to increase economic development by expanding the special fee application review process of the Department of Environmental Protection. This bill has two objectives. One, the first being to increase the number of applications submitted to the Department of Environmental Protection that may be subject to special fees by expanding the type of projects through rulemaking that can be considered special projects. The application fee for special projects would cover the cost of contract work, allowing the department to increase permitting efficiency through partnership with outside review, with the goal of expediting some reviews. Although DEP has not recently used a pay for expedited permits program, expedited fees have been effectively used by many states to enhance their review process. Properly executed, an expedited permit fee can allow DEP to budget for and obtain additional staff and/or outside consultants to review applications. DEP's Land Resources Bureau has significant staffing constraints that limit the time and resources the agency can devote to reviewing license applications and ensuring compliance during and after construction. Existing law allows DEP to retain private sector consultants to provide similar review services when existing staffing is not sufficient to enable DEP to review applications within a reasonable period of time. Additionally, 38 MRS 352 subsection 3 says, if the commissioner determines that a particular application by virtue of its size, uniqueness, complexity, or other relevant factors is likely to require significantly more cost than those listed on Table 1, the commissioner may designate that application as subject to special fees. Such a designation must be made at or prior to the time the application is accepted as complete and may not be based solely on the likelihood of extensive public controversy. As outlined in this bill, the department should set rules around the expanded definition of the special projects considered relevant in accordance with the section, considering such factors as job creation, response to rapidly changed market conditions brought on by COVID-19, redevelopment of brownfield sites, or overall community benefit. The second objective of this bill is to allow the department to assign a project a category and establish an appropriate fee and timeline for the project based on the complexity. The goal of this language is to create a process where the fee and schedules are tied together and have this set up during the pre-application meeting, which is a requirement for most DEP permits already. During this meeting, the project may be assigned a category based on perceived complexity. A standard project could have one fee and timeline, and a complex project might have another fee and timeline. Potentially, multiple fee and schedule categories could be developed. The negotiated timelines would be those to which the DEP staff could make firm commitments more reliably than with the current statutory guidelines. Under this type of arrangement, DEP is also able to plan for staff review with the fee already in hand, allowing them to hire staff or outside consultants if needed to meet the obligations. This is not too different from language that already exists in statute, where a schedule can be set for multi-permit projects during the pre-submission meeting. This bill moves this type of language into the pre-application meeting and adds language about fees in addition to schedule. This change would benefit all developments, big and small projects alike, by freeing up DEP personnel. LD 1028, an act to ease business expansion by increasing the number and applicability of permit exemptions under the site location of development laws. Under current law, existing manufacturing facilities may engage in additional development activity without triggering the need to seek an amendment to an existing site law permit. This bill would increase the caps so that effectively up to 40,000 square feet of new development within any 1 year and up to 80,000 square feet in total may be developed without additional permitting requirements. Once these thresholds are exceeded, both the development beyond the threshold and the development up to the threshold is reviewed together. This manufacturing facility exemption applies to facilities such as paper mills, and there are similar exemptions for ski areas and educational institutions. Established business facilities are well aware of development parameters. This nominal increase in square footage caps could significantly help existing businesses by allowing them to devote time and capital to expansion efforts and more quickly respond to changing market dynamics, some of which have been accelerated by the pandemic. LD 1038, an act to facilitate a timely revision process in the site location of development laws. This bill provides that the processing period for each type of permit or license application submitted to the DEP may not exceed 90 days. It applies the processing period to both new and revised applications. Current law sets deadlines for new applications, but no deadline on amended or revised applications. However, revisions, which in theory should be less complex and therefore take less time, are reported industry-wide to take much longer. In fact, this was by far the most frequent industry complaint regarding the permitting process. It is just easy to see how this issue has arisen. At some point, the legislature acted to push the department to tighten up the timing of decisions, but did so only for new applications. When confronted with a huge stack of tasks, a person will generally tackle those with hard deadlines first. The department needs outside pressure from the legislature once again to create this needed change in timelines and to ensure that every process is being given the priority it should receive. The deadline presented in LD 1038 is a constraint on already tight DEP personnel resources, but it becomes achievable when other changes to decrease DEP workload are made in conjunction with this requirement, such as those suggested in other bills presented here today. It is also important to note that there is flexibility in this law. The department maintains its ability to request the applicant allow the deadline to be extended and could utilize this provision when needed, just as it does so now with the full site law of development applications. LD 1089, an act to increase municipal oversight in the site location of development laws. This bill amends the laws governing municipal review of developments under the site location of development laws by removing the acreage limits on developments that a municipality may review. Development projects that DEP reviews under the site location of development laws are typically reviewed by municipalities as well. In municipalities with delegated authority, certain projects that DEP would otherwise review under site law are solely reviewed by the municipality. These are municipalities the DEP has determined have the ability and the ordinances in place to evaluate the potential impacts of projects and ensure any impacts are acceptable. In municipalities with such capacity, a designation that is achieved by satisfying criteria in statute intended to ensure municipal review is sufficient to replace site law, certain projects are exempt from DEP review. The intent of the delegated review and capacity provisions is to avoid duplicative state permitting review within municipalities already conducting similar review under their ordinances. Presently, these two programs only apply to smaller projects, specifically to projects where the area stripped, graded, and not revegetated is 7 acres or less, or subdivisions or residential subdivisions up to 100 acres. The department's need for additional staff and resources could be dramatically reduced if, for instance, those communities where most of the SLOTA projects occur took over most of the DEP permitting. Currently, this would affect only about 10 communities. However, if communities want to obtain this licensing, they may opt in by creating an ordinance that provides the same or higher levels of protection as the DEP. The charge to developers for permitting projects can be established by the municipality to cover the cost of contracting an independent engineer and to offset the increased local costs for staff and administration. By significantly impacting DEP staff workload with no negative impact on the environment and allowing municipalities to better position themselves to attract development, LD 1098 could be a major win-win for the DEP, municipalities, and developers. LD 1097, an act regarding the definition of development of state and regional significance that may substantially affect the environment. The purpose of this bill is to ensure that site location of development law subjects to review those projects that are truly of state and regional significance. Portions of Maine site law date back to 1972, and it may be time that we consider if these thresholds still reflect what we want in Maine. This suggests some changes for consideration based on other states. It requires application of site law to residential subdivisions only if they contain at least 100 dwelling units. It increases the threshold for review by modifying the definition of structure to include at least 5 non-vegetated acres, increased from 3 acres. It exempts solar energy projects generating less than 10 megawatts even if the projects cover more than 20 acres. Excuse me while I get water. This is a lot. There has been valid concern expressed that municipalities might be forced to undertake review of projects larger than they have expertise to handle. It is my understanding that communities can create an opt-in ordinance and not be forced under this single umbrella. The intent of updating the definition of state or regional significance would be to eliminate duplicative and unnecessary review of projects that are truly only of local significance, not state or regional. Maine also has an increased need for affordable housing, and this bill may ease the pathway for that type of development. If DEP would agree to convene a stakeholders group, these changes could be vetted and improvement to Maine's current law made based on the outcome of those discussions. In closing, I know you're all glad I'm here, it bears highlighting that while these bills were discussed extensively with professionals in the regulated community, no one suggested lowering environmental standards. That is not the point of any of these bills. As part of the Governor's Economic Recovery Committee, we asked busy people to engage and donate their valuable time sharing opportunities for improvement from their perspective. Out of respect for their involvement and all the time the committee members devoted to develop these recommendations, I brought these bills forward, although, truth be told, the subject matter is distinctly outside my area of knowledge. The purpose of these bills, as I said, is to improve and streamline the process, creating predictability for municipalities and developers with the overall goal of economic development for Maine communities. I believe they also provide opportunity to improve lives and decrease the waste of resources. To attract, foster, and support investment in Maine, the state must have a well-defined, predictable, timely, and responsive regulatory environment. Presenting 6 bills at once certainly represents a first for me. I thank you all for your time and for giving your attention to this important bills, and I am happy to answer your questions as I am able.
Unbelievably well done. Thank you, Senator Kime. I'm very impressed.
That was overwhelming, you all. So sorry for
was
that.
great.
I do think in the end, it's an easier way for you to understand how the bills came to be and that they really were developed sort of as a package deal. So.
Yeah, and you, I think were so organized in your presentation that it was easy to follow along. So thank you for that. Representative Ziegler has a question for you.
Yes, good morning, Senator, and that was lengthy, and congratulations on getting through. I just have 2 quick questions. First of all, are you speaking as a spokesperson for the committee?
I am not speaking as a spokesperson for the committee.
Okay, so you're speaking as the bill's presenter only, correct?
Absolutely, yes. I can present I can provide to the committee, which attached to my testimony, there is a letter that the DEP sent to our subcommittee in response to the recommendations that we had put out, and I think it was in phase 2 of our work. And I can share with the committee those recommendations. They didn't make it into the full report because the committee decided to go with not sort of these mundane routine machinations of government is what we sort of subtitled the boring mundane work that this is, but really to kind of go with overall larger objectives and be more of larger impact value statements as opposed to this type of routine changes.
And just follow up if I could, Senator.
Of course.
In regards to LD 1089, in presenting your bill, have you talked to MMA? I don't see, there's no testimony to read from Nick Goldberg, but have you talked to them? And also, have you seen the other bill, which was reducing? I mean, you're going to be eliminating, and in some cases, this may be onerous on small municipalities who do not have the ability like the DEP, and it could be an opening that might allow development that wouldn't be well regulated.
Mm-hmm. I have heard that concern, and it's one of the things that requires a little bit further research. But I was told, and I need to verify, but communities, there is a way for communities to opt into this rather than just being placed in automatically. And I think, as you said, I agree with what you said. I think that's very important, that this would be an opt-in rather than just automatic being placed in here.
And then you also feel that there should be no limitations on the acreage and so forth. Is that correct?
Well, what this is saying is that if a municipality can have the same review that DEP does, and then why would we have a duplicative review?
Thank you.
Representative Bloom.
Thank you, Senator. Welcome, Senator Keim. Nice to see you.
Thank you. Nice to see you as well.
Did you engage the environmental, the DEP, as well as you said that you engaged people who actually are requesting permits to develop this bill? Did you talk to the DEP when you were developing these bills?
I did. I sent the DEP the first revisions of the bill. The DEP, I was in discussions with them quite a bit, kind of a year ago, I guess, while the subcommittee was doing this work. And I included with my testimony their letter that was in response to a lot of the recommendations that were made in here. And it's my understanding that they're testifying in opposition to the bills today. I don't know. I haven't further checked with the commissioner to see if there's options within these bills that they would be amenable to, or if they're blanketly in opposition. I haven't had time to review that.
Thank you. May I follow up? Because what we hear all the time from as the committee with DEP is that they have such limited resources and they spend so much time with permitting. It seems to me that with this kind of expansion, that we would absolutely need an expansion of the DEP in order to do this, in order to do many of these things. If we are to also not to protect the environment and not give up on any of that, which I understand your stakeholders want as well. They do not want any lessening of environmental rules, correct?
You're correct. They do not want any lessening of the environmental rules. However, many of these bills actually decrease the workload of the DEP, and that is the big reason why the infrastructure subcommittee on the economic recovery committee, why they were recommending that we move forward with these changes, because everyone recognizes that the DEP is short-staffed, and in order to have more timely permitting process, something you can't just say, hey, do all the same work faster, right? That isn't practical, and it's not even possible. So so what these do is actually allow there to be an expansion of who can take on the review. But again, it still has to be following the same environmental laws.
Okay, well, thank you.
Any additional questions for Senator Keim? All right, not seeing any. Thank you so much. And At this point, we'll move on to the DEP. I think it is Nick Livesey who's here. Representative Bloom, is that a residual hand that or do you have another question? Oh, okay, great, thank you. Welcome, Mr. Livesey, good morning.
Good morning, I'm just getting up situated after coming through the portal here.
Great, take your time. There you go, we can see you and hear you, welcome.
All right, good. Good morning. Thank you very much, Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, members of the committee. I am Nick Livesey, the Director of the Bureau of Land Resources within DEP, and I'm here today to speak in opposition to the changes collectively proposed in a set of bills before you. In reviewing these bills, an overarching theme appears to be a desire for a faster permitting process. And I've got testimony here that touches on the set as one, but we also submitted written testimony under each of the different bills that goes into a little bit more detail. But the testimony I'm working from here is under LD 1097, if you're looking on what comes through to you folks. So we certainly share the desire to deliver more efficient permitting. We also recognize that the level of protection of Maine's environment is not directly tied to the level of regulation, and that less process does not necessarily mean less protection. These bills, however, are not promoting new ideas about how to achieve efficiency gains, but instead largely focus on a combination of permitting deadline mandates and expansion of existing thresholds and exemptions. The basic theory underlying the bills is if the department reviews less, what is left to review should be reviewed faster. And this is true, but as proposed here, not without considerable environmental risk. For example, LD 1097 would increase the thresholds for triggering development under site law. This is one of the state's core environmental laws that applies to larger scale development. Under site law, the department reviews a range of potential impacts. While there are 6 different thresholds, site law most commonly applies to development with more than 3 acres of impervious area. This is technically defined as structure in the law. Development occupying more than 20 acres or subdivisions as uniquely defined in site law. And the most common trigger here is a residential subdivision with 15 or more lots on more than 30 acres. So it's not all subdivisions that a municipality would review. Under the bill, solar projects less than 10 megawatts, subdivisions less than 100 units, and other development with up to 5 acres of impervious area would not require a site law permit. This means a 40-acre solar project could be located in state threatened or endangered species habitat without review. A 300-acre subdivision similarly could be sited without consideration of impacts to the same habitat. A concrete batch plant or sawmill could be constructed without environmental review or consideration of potential noise and dust impacts. Additionally, while all towns are required to have subdivision ordinances, they are not required to have ordinances that regulate land use activity outside the shoreline zone. As a result, in some instances, the proposed threshold increase would shift primary permitting responsibility to towns, and in others, it could eliminate the need for any permit or leave state stormwater review as the only permitting requirement. Potentially significant impacts could go unreviewed. LD 1028 opens the door to similar environmental risk. Section 3 of the bill is of particular concern. Presently, all holders of a site law license must expand their development without any permit review by up to 10,000 square feet of area that is disturbed and not revegetated within 1 year, and by up to 20,000 square feet overall. When the 20,000 square foot threshold is reached, the prior development is reviewed and permitted after the fact. These thresholds were established in 2013, and that's the last time there was a big stakeholder group that looked at a lot of these same issues. LD 1028 would increase these thresholds to 40,000 square feet and 80,000 square feet respectively. This means nearly 2 acres of impervious area could be added to an existing site law development without any stormwater review. A substation could be expanded without consideration of the noise impacts to neighbors, and solar projects could undergo major expansion. For example, a recently permitted solar project will occupy 57.5 acres in Hancock County, but will have only 1.45 acres, which is approximately 63,000 square feet of new impervious area. The permit for this project included special conditions to address potential impacts to upland sandpipers, a state-listed threatened species. The proposed bill would allow considerable expansion of this and other solar projects, including into threatened and endangered species habitat, without development of the potential impact. So in that case, that project could, if everything were the same, roughly be doubled. Whatever permitting efficiencies might be gained by increasing the jurisdictional threshold for site law or the threshold of existing exemptions, these gains are not worth the environmental trade-off. Other bills in the group presently before the committee focus on department operations and permit processing. LD 988 addresses special fee applications. Presently, the department sets permit fees annually, typically in accordance with statutorily established figures. The department also has the ability to designate an application as subject to special fees if the review is likely to involve significantly more cost than the standard fee. For special fee applications, the department is reimbursed by the applicant for the cost of review. This scope of review, however, is the same as for any other application, and the length of the review does not get any shorter or longer by virtue of an application being designated special fee. LD 988 directs the department to undertake rulemaking to update which applications are designated special fee with the apparent intent of expediting the permitting of those projects that pay more or placing them higher in the permitting queue. Today, the department does its best to understand and accommodate applicants' timelines and business interests, but admittedly can't deliver every permitting decision as fast as every applicant would like. We do not see this bill as solving this problem or constructively adding to the tools already available. LD 1038 proposes several changes. Most notably, it requires the department applications be processed in 90 days or less. When read in conjunction with LD 988, it appears a longer processing time could be negotiated for special fee projects, but whether that's the intent is unclear, although it sounds like from the testimony earlier that is the intent. While the bill title suggests its focus is limited to the site law, as drafted, the 90-day clock would apply to all department permit applications. This type of timeline, even with a small army of additional staff, would not be achievable for many types of permits, including site law permits. Why? The nature and extent of information, the need to provide opportunity for outside review agency comments, the need to allow for public comment, the need to provide applicants the ability to submit additional information and respond to comments, and the need to allow department staff an opportunity to conduct a meaningful review of all this information and prepare a written order, all influence permit processing, as is the number of other permits the project manager is handling at the same time. In short, 90 days is an insufficient time period to review many types of applications and prepare a permit order. This is reflected in the department's permit processing schedule, which includes application processing times. While the department is opposed to the set of bills, as I said at the outset, we share the desire to deliver more efficient permitting, and we're not sitting idle. For example, the department proposed legislation we heard about earlier, it's LD 69, to increase the size of development municipalities may review under delegated authority and municipal capacity. We believe this is a better alternative to LD 1089. The department is developing a rule that would expedite the permitting of well-sited solar projects under site law. we believe this is a better alternative than a flat exemption for projects up to 10 megawatts that's proposed in LD 1097. The department has reorganized staffing within the land licensing division to better facilitate working across regional boundaries to address permit demand. We're developing a pilot program with lake associations and the Youth Conservation Corps to enable certain water quality improvement projects without a permit. And the department is actively taking steps to address the single biggest pinch point in the permitting process, stormwater review, by partnering with the Cumberland County Soil and Water Conservation District to conduct reviews for the department, developing materials for applicants and consultants to assist them with application preparation and help ensure submission of complete and accurate information, and updating the contract to retain environmental peer reviewers to include stormwater engineering services. This will better enable the department to solicit private sector assistance. In short, we're hard at work processing applications and doing what we can to do so efficiently while fulfilling our responsibility to protect the environment. Thanks for the opportunity, and happy to answer any questions now or at work session.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions this morning? Yes, Representative Hanley.
Yeah, I lost a little bit of the audio at the end of that, but that's probably all right. My question is on LD 1097, I believe. Why is a solar array that could exceed way over 20 acres, why is that exempt from any review? I find that problematic.
Well, currently, under the current law, the most common trigger for pulling up a solar project into site law is that it exceeds 20 acres. One of the exemptions that's proposed here, and it's not in LD 1097, I'm looking at my list of bills here. I think it's 1028. And if I have the right bill, it's in section 3 of that bill. And what the bill does is it increases a number of the existing exemptions for currently permitted site law projects. And in section 3 of the bill, if I have the number right, it increases the threshold from 10,000 square feet of area that can be disturbed and not revegetated within 1 year from 10,000 square feet to 40. And then over multiple years, it increases the cap from 20,000 square feet to 80,000 square feet. And so a solar project is somewhat unique in that it has very little impervious area or area that's disturbed and not revegetated. It's really the roads that might be associated with it and the posts that hold up the solar development. And so if you look at then the example that I gave in my testimony, there's a project in Hancock County where it's a 57-acre solar project, but it only has, I don't have the number, but around 60,000 square feet of impervious. And so under this exemption, if you were to take that same project, you could basically double it in size over 2 years under the exemption as proposed. And this is a real world example. And one of the reasons that could be problematic, particularly in that location, is that the project itself had impact to upland sandpiper habitat, which is a threatened species. So there's a lot of work on that project with the Department of Inland Fisheries and Wildlife, and actually the Passamaquoddy tribe to come up with some mitigation and some unique activity to address those impacts. And that would be completely lost, the ability to look at those impacts under the proposal.
Yes, thank you. I mean, my concern is your solar systems, you're literally building a roof over acres and acres of soil. And to exempt that type of activity from review, I don't think is environmentally sound. So that's why I'm questioning the almost unlimited size of what could happen. Am I off my rocker on this one?
I think we're in agreement. I would say this, solar panels do obviously cover, they have a big footprint, but the difference between solar panels and say, a warehouse roof is that the rainwater does hit the panels and it gets down to the ground in more places than just sort of the drip edges of a building, but they do have a big footprint.
Representative Bloom.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Lidisay, for being here and also providing your testimony, which I really appreciate you saying what you are doing to help with the permitting process. What is do you find that most permits are done within the time period that you promise, or not? What is that? I mean, are you trying to be more timely within the time process that you've been given, or are you are you doing better than the time allowed?
Yeah, so we certainly we do meet our so the way that the processing works now, and the way the timelines work, and so that's worth noting, is that annually the commissioner publishes a permit processing schedule. So we hear a lot about statutory deadlines, but what's in statute is the requirement that the commissioner publish the processing times, and that's done, but the commissioner sets the times. And so it's a very lengthy document, and it breaks down all the different categories and subcategories of permits and comes up with a processing time. And if we exceed that processing time, then we have to start refunding portions of application fees. And we also have the ability, and this applies to new applications, as Senator Kine mentioned, and we have the ability to put an application on hold. So for instance, if there's information that we need from the applicant, we're waiting on that, the application can be put on hold. So I look back at sort of a 10-year average of processing times for site law, and not counting any of the hold times. And so the average time was like just over 160 days. And so the guaranteed processing time, to put it in perspective, for most of these permit applications is 150. This is for new applications, so not amendments. Is 150 days. And so what that tells me is that, and I know from my experience, most of the projects, we never are returning money. Projects are either put on hold or are meeting the deadline. But projects do get put on hold. So if you look at the average, it is a lengthy process to get a site law permit.
May I follow up?
Yes, please.
If you were to do 90 days, let's say, what would you need to do? Would you need to hire, as you said, I think you said somewhere, you need to hire a small army of permit?
Yeah, I mean, 90 days for site law permit processing would be untenable. And it's not only that you need an army of people, that you would even get close, but there's a lot of work that goes into reviewing a site law permit application. And based on sort of the level of work, both from the project manager's perspective and the coordination that goes on with outside review agencies, it's very common that after we receive an application, there's additional information that's needed. And so there's especially on a project of site law size, so there's a back and forth that goes on. So I mean, I've looked at a 10-year average for just amendment applications, and we can talk a little bit about how amendment applications and new applications are the same. But even for amendment applications over 10 years, the average processing time is 115, 119 days. It's more than 90 days. And so I'm not sure, and that's an average. So even if you set a required time at an average time, that means, depending on your shape of your curve, half your projects aren't going to be able to be done that way. And so the change that's being sort of suggested here is, I don't see how it could possibly be done.
Thank you.
Any additional questions for Mr. Livesay this morning? All right, not seeing any. I will ask if there are any folks in the attendee space that are here to speak in favor to raise their hands. Mr. Livesay, thank you so much for joining us this morning.
Welcome.
Good to see you. All right, I see a couple hands going up. Lincoln Jeffers will start us out, and then Peter Del Greco, and then Scott Reed. Welcome, Mr. Jeffers. Are you able to unmute yourself and turn on your camera to join us? Wonderful.
Now I'm there. Okay. Well, you had not, thank you. And Senator Brenner and Representative Tucker, members of the committee, appreciate this opportunity. I think you were overdue to have unmute yourself. So I thought you check that box off now for the morning. Hopefully not to be repeated. I've struggled a little bit trying to figure out how to log on. I put in my testimony this morning and kept saying, there's got to be a way to log on. So I saw all this, but I couldn't figure out how to talk. I think there's been great discussion. My hat's off to Senator Keim for putting in these bills. She and I worked together on the Economic Recovery Committee. And as she said, it's not her area of expertise, but she dove in nevertheless and has done her best to sort of address many of the issues that were raised in the committee. Mr. Livesey also recognized some of the limitations they have. I see this legislation as really a start towards improving it. I think our current process is not perfect. And perhaps what has been recommended here is a little bit of overreach. But at the same time, I'd like to think that can be worked through during the legislative process. Lewiston is, I'm the Economic and Community Development Director for the City of Lewiston. We are fortunate to have delegated review where we've got public works engineers, we've got planners, we've got folks who are well-versed in many of the issues that Maine DEP needs to work on as well. And we really pride ourselves on having a streamlined, predictable development review process. And I believe that's really what the intent is behind these bills that were put forth by Senator Keim. And it's really working through the nuances to figure out what is workable for Maine DEP. During the process, we had met with leadership at Maine DEP to ask, is this workable? Could this be something you could work with? I think part of the issue with the allowing a fee, that's a way to bring more revenues in, have somebody else pay independently, but any consultant who's brought in needs to follow the rules. These would be contractors who are approved by Maine DEP. It becomes a sort of hired gun for them, being paid for by private industry, but they are the contractor who would be hired would be bowing to and really needs to meet Maine DEP's criteria. It's not that they're there on behalf of industry. So I think that's a way to sort of help cover that our larger budget issues for the state. Just from having been in the seat I have been for as long in Lewiston, I've been here 20 years at this point. And it's really having a development review process that's predictable and well-defined, and you'd have a timeline. I realize the state has many more issues and they've got a much bigger footprint than we do, but we consistently turn around a development review typically in 30 to 45 days. So that 90 days would be very difficult, probably statewide, but it's achievable if you have expanded delegated review to smaller communities. It's really allowing those folks to do it or to be able to contract out. We've got a really good contractor. The civil engineers, the environmental consultants in the state are very well versed. They know it. They know the rules as well as Maine DEP does. So with that, I would encourage further discussion on these items and realize there's other folks wanting to speak, but wanted to applaud Senator Keim for bringing these forward. And let's look at this as the beginning of the conversation. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Jeffers. Any questions for Mr. Jeffers this morning? All right, not seeing any. We thank you for your time.
Thank you.
And Mr. Peter Del Greco will be next. Welcome, Mr. Del Greco.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And I appreciate the opportunity. I'll take a couple minutes just to read my testimony. Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, and distinguished members of the Environment and Natural Resources Committee. My name is Peter Del Greco, and I'm the president and CEO of Main & Company. And I'm here to testify in support of this slate of bills. It was interesting, Senator Kime mentioned that this is the first time that she'd done something like this on a whole slate of bills. It's my first time testifying on a whole bunch. So I hope I entered everything correctly into the portal. My organization, Main & Company, we exist to find growing companies and show them how they can be successful in establishing an operation in Maine. We've been around for a while. We were created during the administration of Governor Angus King, and we are largely privately funded. We compete with states from the entire country and countries around the world to attract new jobs and investment to Maine. We also work with existing Maine companies, helping them implement their growth plans. I'm fortunate enough to have been with Main & Company for some time now. I started with the organization in 2004. And over the course of my tenure, the importance of environmental regulation has steadily increased. More so than ever, today, good companies are actively seeking out locations that have strong environmental standards. Smart companies have realized the importance of associating themselves with states and communities that are known for their environmental stewardship. Maine fits that profile. Companies that come to Maine are looking to build on our record of environmental responsibility. Maine's Department of Environmental Protection does a great job in making sure that business investments align with our environmental values and standards. Companies that we typically work with are companies that are looking to invest in Maine for the first time. And they, at least in my experience, they do not ever ask Maine to change or lower our environmental standards. Rather, they hope for a consistent permitting environment with clear rules and standards. They also hope for reasonable timelines and schedules. Too often, DEP resources are stretched too thin while trying to manage too many variables to meet the speed of business investments. Across the country, as we're competing with other states, we are seeing states that are implementing new policies and perhaps more importantly, new technologies that maintain environmental standards while delivering decisions more quickly. And we don't want to fall behind. When taken in total, this slate of bills is aimed at providing greater capacity at DEP. As businesses continue to grow and invest, projects will require more time and resources from DEP, and we must have a regulatory environment that grows and scales with these projects so that we can attract the next generation of environmentally friendly technologies to Maine. At Main & Company, we frequently suggest to community and state leaders to know what you're willing to say yes to. Once we know that answer, we need to be able to execute quickly and decisively. Setting clear goals and establishing well-defined standards have benefited the state very well. Having the resources in place to recognize potential attractive investments that honor these standards will be vital to the state's economic future. In this current political and economic environment, businesses are frequently making significant investment and job creation decisions based on the speed at which they can deploy capital. Having a DEP that can focus on these high impact projects in a timely manner while leveraging other resources throughout the state can have a dramatic impact on our economy. There are many talented and dedicated professionals at DEP. It's time to give them the tools and resources that they need to evaluate significant projects in a quick and decisive manner. And as a state, we must be prepared to recognize opportunities that will grow our economy and that will protect our environment. Just one quick comment on, so that's my formal testimony. I did want to applaud both Senator Kime and Lincoln Jeffers. I spoke with them frequently during the ERC period. And I love the fact that Lincoln was able to say that in Lewiston, they're able to get through some of these same processes in 30 to 45 days. Maybe we can contract out to his team to help us establish that timeline for some of these other projects as well. Thank you for your time. I'm happy to take any questions. Similar to what Senator Kime said, I'm not a scientist or a lawyer. I can just share with you what our experiences are and what are important decision-making criteria with businesses that are looking to make investments in our state. Thank you again for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Del Greco. I appreciate that on-the-fly brainstorm of yours. That was nice. Representative Ziegler.
Yes, thank you, Senator, and thank you, Mr. Greco, for being here. Would you also support increasing the personnel in DEP to help facilitate regulations and also permitting along with these suggestions?
I think so. I mean, I've gotten to know the leadership team a little bit at DEP, but I don't know the overall structure of it. It feels as though they are understaffed and under resources. I do think, however, that the problems or challenges, I should say, probably run deeper than just more people and more money. There are, and I know that they've talked about it at the department, there are new technologies that can streamline processes. And so I think that in addition to more bodies, I also think it's just, we need to upgrade how we're doing things. Again, I tell you that a lot of the advancements that I see other people demonstrating in other states have to do with their new technology and just their ability to process information faster, as well as adding more bodies. But I do think that that clearly is a part of the solution.
I'm sorry, could I just, that's clearly part of the solution is increase in personnel. And also Lewiston is a smaller entity and probably has less pressure on it. So when you say it probably can respond quicker because of scale?
I think that's part of it. But, and again, I do apologize not being a lawyer or a scientist in this. Standards should be standards. And when I say that, recognize what we're willing to say yes to. If a company comes in with plans that meet our standards, logic tells me that we should be able to say yes or no pretty quickly. We should say, yes, this is an investment that meets our standards, or no, this is one that doesn't. The idea of getting to an answer, a definitive answer, whether it's yes or no, in 90 days feels doable. And most companies that we talk to would almost rather hear a no quickly than a maybe after 2 years. And I think that that's kind of the goal that we should be striving towards. If we know what we want and somebody puts an application in front of us, if we're crystal clear on what we want, we should be able to look at that application and say, do the math, do the science behind it, but it should be pretty clear fairly quickly, does this meet the standards? And if it meets the standards and is protective of our environment, we should do what we can to help the economy grow. If it's something that will degrade our environment and doesn't meet the standards, well, as long as we're clear and smart in setting our standards, those are the decisions we have to live with. Does that help, Representative?
It answered somewhat my questions. I'm not quite sure where you're going with the standards. I mean, I often wonder if there isn't a complexity and nuance in those standards. It seems like often things in life are not definitive and they do have nuances. So a yes or no is often hard.
Yep. And that's fair. But it also strikes me as that wouldn't be for the majority of projects. And if we need nuance in certain projects, we can take that time. But I still think from what I'm seeing across the country, and let's also be honest, Lewiston has had some of the larger projects that have gone on throughout the state. The ability to decisively make an assessment of a project should be something that we can replicate. Now, whether it's by what you said at the beginning, that it requires more bodies, that's something to look at. Whether it's ways of combining applications, what we've seen with some of our projects is sometimes information can exist in one bureau and not in another bureau, and those type an applicant is repeating information a bunch of different times, and there should be ways that can be solidified, because every time an applicant has to present new information, a bureau will take additional time to process the application when all that information might already exist in one centralized place. So that's just, you know, what my experience has been. When you're submitting new information, it's adding 2 weeks onto every timeline. And there are times, you know, and I saw that you, I think it was somebody asked Nick Livesay if they're meeting their timelines, and I can say that, you know, and he made the comment that sometimes that they can't deliver decisions as quickly as applicants would like. I can tell you from personal experience with some projects, they're actually not delivering decisions according to their own deadlines. So there has to be ways of doing this faster and more efficiently.
This is the state.
Representative Johansson, did you have a comment?
Yes, but I didn't mean to share it with everybody.
All right. Do you have one you'd like to share with everybody? Okay. Any other questions for Mr. Del Greco? All right, not seeing any. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for the opportunity.
I don't see any other hands up in the attendee space for, oh wait, Scott Reed. Scott Reed is here to speak in favor of the legislation.
Yeah, can everyone hear me now? Great, thank you. So my name's Scott Reed, Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, and members of the committee. And I'm Scott Reed. I'm the Manager of Environmental and Public Affairs for ND Paper. And I'd like to direct my testimony today in support of two of the bills on the slate of bills in the hearing today. LD 1028, which is the expanding the number and applicability of permit exemptions under site law, and also LD 1038, which is the timely revision process in site law. ND Paper purchased the Rumford Mill and the formerly closed Old Town Mill, and has been investing in the restart of the Old Town Mill that sat idle for 3 years. Under the ND Paper ownership, Rumford and Old Town are both being reconfigured to operate at substantially lower cost than ND Paper's predecessor companies. And to date, ND Paper has invested more than $250 million in these facilities. The facilities together employ 684 hourly and salaried workers. And each year, the Rumford Mill spends about $200 million into the main economy for procurement, payroll, and taxes, and the Old Town Mill spends an additional $70 million. Also, just should be aware that the pulp and paper industry and our business serving the printing and writing markets has not recovered from the historic and devastating crash that occurred as part of the pandemic. We've weathered this downturn and the rest of the pandemic without any economic assistance from either the federal or state government. In fact, we've been investing in the future for long-term sustainability and viability of these two mills. But the ability to execute quickly is often the difference between success and failure. And in regards to LD 1028, which is the establishes the manufacturing facility exemption, looks to adjust that. So under existing site law, there's a manufacturing facility exemption that allows a maximum square footage of new construction or modifications that are allowed without obtaining a new or modified full site location permit. So for the manufacturing facility exemption, contrary to a brand new development, the manufacturing facility exemption recognizes that these type of projects are taking place at an already developed manufacturing facility. And facilities such as ours already have a lot of the necessary infrastructure in place, such as wastewater treatment, fresh water supply, stormwater management, and they taking place in areas that already have existing noise impacts and existing activity at a manufacturing site. So for our facility, examples of qualifying projects that fit underneath this exemption are items like new paving, expanding parking areas or roadways, small buildings, small warehouses, concrete pads and footing, loading docks, piping replacements, items like that that are smaller projects that can be constructed sort of within the infrastructure and the capabilities that we already have. So expanding the exemption from its current levels for us would be 30,000 square feet in any one development or 60,000 square feet cumulatively. This bill would propose to increase those. And that expansion just allows us more flexibility for these projects that allows us to pursue those without triggering the need for the full site law modification. So we're in favor of LD 1028. And as I mentioned, if we exceed the manufacturing facility exemption, then we move into a full site law amendment. And in that case, that's where the LD 1038 comes in an ability to execute those type of permitting activities more quickly. So establishing a 90-day limit on the processing time for site law permits would be, again, beneficial to us because the ability to implement projects in this changing economy and respond to business needs is critical in a time for us to be able to do in a timely manner. I also want to recognize that the DEP, we have frequent interaction with the DEP and do a lot of permitting work, and the DEP has stepped up often and has done a lot of good work and a lot of timely work permitting projects for us. But the benefit to be gained by the 90-day threshold is a certainty. In many cases, we do not know if we're going to be able to turn those permits around in a timely manner. The uncertainty of entering the process, where it could be anywhere from 2 to 6 months, would be alleviated by having a 90-day processing time limit. So we're again in favor of LD 1038. And I appreciate the opportunity to testify today, and welcome to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Reed. Any questions this morning for Mr. Reed? All right, not seeing any. Thanks for joining us, Mr. Reed.
Thank you.
And we'll bring in Elizabeth Frazier next. Welcome, Ms. Frazier.
Good morning. Thank you for having me. Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, members of the Environment and Natural Resources Committee. My name is Elizabeth Frazier, and I'm with you this morning on behalf of the Maine Real Estate and Development Association in support of the intent behind the slew of bills you have before you on the Site Location Development Act. I think you've heard a lot this morning about excuse me, some of the specifics within the bills, and I'm going to touch on those. But there are also a couple of things I think you haven't heard this morning that I'd like to just talk about. I don't think I've been in front of this committee for Merida yet this session, so I just want to say that we are a statewide membership organization representing the state's premier commercial real estate and development trade association. And our members are very diverse. We have bankers, engineers, architects, developers, municipal leaders, and others. So we do have a pretty wide stakeholder group. And we're before you this morning to talk about our support for what we think is an effort to pursue a more predictable and practical policy environment. And I will talk to you a little bit about that. To begin with, we do believe that the first and most important way to address the burden that you've heard about on the DEP in terms of the amount of work that they have to do is to provide additional staffing. That is something that you have heard this morning, but I just wanted to provide a quick historical overview. I believe that before COVID, the supplemental budget for 2020 contained a number of positions for DEP, I think specific to the Land Resources Bureau, to deal with this very issue. And then, of course, COVID happened, and that version of the supplemental did not go through. And I don't think we have seen an initiative to include those positions again in this new legislature. So that's certainly something that, as additional spending measures are considered in AFA, we would encourage this committee to work with, your colleagues to make that a priority, because we do feel that's really the sort of, that's the first most important step. But in addition to that, and I think others have touched on that, we do think there's room for sensible and reasonable modifications to the law to increase some of the thresholds that would sort of also help reduce the burden on the DEP. We agree with increasing the threshold for impervious surfaces from 3 acres to 5 acres, which you've heard about, and would support a reasonable change to the subdivision threshold. We generally feel the 100 units is probably too aggressive a change this soon, but would support something more modest or reasonable. And in addition to that, we do want to put forth something I haven't heard talked about yet this morning, or I might have missed it, which is that we encourage the committee to explore ways to expedite the review process for amendments to existing SLOTA developments. It's tackled to some extent in LD 1028, but we would encourage the committee to consider a tiered or perhaps something like a major minor amendment review process. Under the system, the way we sort of envision it, the DEP would rulemaking probably outline some specific criteria that would help an applicant to determine whether or not their amendment is major or minor, or perhaps some tier level, and ones that are small and, perhaps don't affect the standards, like they're not going to lead to more impervious surface, or they're not going to trigger Chapter 500 stormwater, or they're not going to lead to a project that's greater than 20 acres. Perhaps those could go for some kind of expedited review. And again, I'm speaking only to amendments to existing projects. And it's my understanding that those make up a fairly significant amount of the work that DEP has in front of it. So perhaps that's a low-hanging fruit or something that could be worked on. So in short, we think there are modifications that can be made to the existing SLOTA laws to help ease the backlog, and also I think timely to ensure that projects that are of importance to the state get approved in a timely manner as we sort of seek to turn the corner and reemerge stronger than ever from COVID-19, and economic development and innovation is going to be a critical part of that. So we don't want to hold it up. And in closing, I'll say that Marita would be very happy to work with this committee, with the department. We have spoken to the department already, and with the sponsor, if it's the committee's pleasure to move forward with any kind of legislation out of this slew of bills that you have before you today. And with that, I will take any questions you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Fraser. Are there any questions? All right, not seeing any. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
All right, and anyone else in the attendee space that's here to speak in favor of the legislation this morning? You'll want to raise your hand. Okay, not seeing anybody. Anyone here to speak in opposition? Caitlin Bernard, Nick Bennett, Robert Howe, Neil Goldberg. Okay, so we'll start in this order. Caitlin Bernard, then Nick Bennett.
Would you like me to go first? Sorry, the audio cut out when I got brought in. I know my name was said first.
You got caught in that wormhole. Okay, welcome, Ms. Bernard. We're happy to have you and look forward to hearing what you have to say.
Great, thank you very much. Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Natural Resources. My name is Caitlin Bernard, and I am the Natural Resources Policy Advisor for the Nature Conservancy here in Maine. I appreciate this opportunity to testify in opposition to all of these 6 bills before you. I won't name them all, but we all know the 6 we're talking about. The Nature Conservancy is an international conservation organization dedicated to conserving the lands and waters on which all life depends. Guided by science, we create innovative, on-the-ground solutions to our world's toughest challenges so that nature and people can thrive together. Here in Maine, we've been working for more than 60 years, and we're the 12th largest landowner in the state, owning and managing roughly 275,000 acres. The 6 bills before you would represent a significant change to Maine's site location of development law. These changes would ultimately weaken the effectiveness of this cornerstone Maine law that balances new development and evaluates impacts to Maine's natural resources and quality of life. TNC opposes these efforts to modify the Maine Department of Environmental Protection's ability to effectively use this important tool. These bills would unnecessarily speed up the site law review process and remove specific types of development from review, running counter to the overall goals of site law to minimize impacts and identify the right places for development. LD 678 appears to alter the requirements for public involvement in development applications. Public involvement is a key part of site law evaluation process and regulatory processes in general, and should be kept intact. LD 988 directs DEP to pursue rulemaking around special fees. Rulemaking is not needed, however, because as we've heard this morning from Nick Livesey, the commissioner already does have the ability to evaluate applications and designate certain projects as subject to special fees. Projects that may merit a special fee are able to work with Maine DEP staff in advance to explore the fees that might apply. LD 1028 and 1097 would both open up the scope of and size of projects that are considered exempt under current site law. Increasing the number of projects that are not subject to statewide site law review puts the goals of the rule to balance development and impacts at risk. LD 1028 considerably increases the exemptions for expansions at manufacturing facilities, and for new or modified construction, these changes would result in more non-revegetated areas and lead to more runoff and erosion issues. LD 1097 changes what is considered a project of state or regional significance and excludes residential subdivisions that contain less than 100 dwelling units, non-revegetated project areas that are less than 5 acres in size or lower, and solar projects less than 10 megawatts in size. I'm going to kind of skim through here because I submitted written testimony, so I can go into detail or answer questions. I know there's a lot of material before you. Finally, LD 1089 would remove the acreage limits on developments that a municipality may review and therefore shift proposals from site law to municipal review. Maine's municipalities often do not have the capacity, resources, or expertise to review large projects on that level that the Maine DEP can through site law. For the best possible outcome for both the state of Maine and the residents of these municipalities, large projects should continue to be reviewed by Maine DEP. And many others have addressed this. One of the final points I have is that over the last several years, DEP has requested additional staff due to the sheer volume of their new permit applications. Setting limits on processing times is not the best way to support DEP's ability to review these proposals. Hiring additional capacity is a better solution. So in closing, the Nature Conservancy urges the committee to vote not to pass on these bills that would create broad and risky changes to Maine's site location of development law. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions for Ms. Bernard? All right, not seeing any. Thanks for joining us. And next up is Nick Bennett. Welcome, Mr. Bennett.
Good morning. Can everybody hear me?
We sure can.
Great. Thank you, Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, members of the committee for this opportunity to testify. My name is Nick Bennett. I'm the staff scientist for the Natural Resources Council of Maine, and I am testifying in opposition to all of these bills. Taken together, these bills would be one of the largest environmental rollbacks ever in Maine. These bills are also completely unnecessary. DEP rarely rejects site law applications, and instead they work with developers to minimize impacts to important natural resources, such as wetlands and significant wildlife habitat. That's a process that takes time. It involves going out in the field. It involves looking at the environment where development will take place. It involves understanding the local and regional significance of that environment and consulting with experts in other agencies. There isn't a simple technological fix for this. And I think that was something that one of the proponents of this bill emphasized. Protecting the environment takes understanding the environment, and that takes work, and work takes time. There's just no substitute for that. In terms of some of the specific bills, LD 678 appears to be a concept draft, and so it's very difficult to tell exactly what its intent is, but the apparent intent is to limit public comment on site law projects. Site law projects are the largest and potentially most damaging projects in Maine. The public has a right to comment on these projects, and the legislature should not restrict that right. So we strongly oppose that bill. LD 988, again, the intent of the bill is not entirely clear, but it appears that it would require DEP to undergo a complex and time-consuming rulemaking to tie itself in knots in terms of how it issues fees for different kinds of projects. We think it's reasonable for DEP to assess fees based on their professional judgment of how complex a project they're dealing with and how much extra time and effort it may take to process a particular permit. And there's no reason to force DEP to do all of that in advance. LD 1028 would arbitrarily increase the size of the allowable expansion for existing projects that could go forward without site law review. Again, DEP rarely rejects these types of proposals, and it's not unreasonable for applicants to allow DEP the time they need to do a good job of reviewing these proposals, which are likely to last for a very long time. The bill would also remove dwelling units from the definition of subdivision. This potentially is an enormous rollback because most subdivisions are for homes. And if I'm reading the bill correctly, it would essentially say that subdivisions for construction of homes are exempt from site law review. And that defeats the entire purpose of the site law. LD 1038 would arbitrarily limit DEP's review of site law permits to 90 days. Again, some of these projects are really quite complex. And in order to give them the study and gather the understanding necessary for helping them move forward in a way that doesn't harm Maine's environment takes time. It should not, that time should not be arbitrarily limited in the way that this bill would do. 1089 it would push responsibility for regulating larger projects on municipalities, whether or not they want that responsibility. So in addition to being asking for poor oversight of projects and larger consequences for development, this appears to me also that it could be an unfunded mandate. And finally, for LD 1097, this bill would remove many large projects from site law review entirely, specifically subdivisions less than 100 units and solar developments up to 10 megawatts. So 100 units is a lot of houses, many acres of land with driveways and roads. The potential environmental impacts of a project like that, if it's done wrongly, are severe, and it's totally unreasonable for those types of projects not to be subject to site law review. Similarly, a solar development, developments typically involve about 5 acres of land for every megawatt. So a 9.9 megawatt solar development would be at least 50 acres in size. And that's simply of a size that's large enough to cause some problems, and DEP should review those projects to make sure that they're sited properly and damage to the environment is minimized. So in closing, NRCM believes that these bills would effectively gut the site law and lead to serious environmental damage and unmitigated sprawl. We urge the committee to vote ought not to pass on all of them. Thanks very much for the opportunity to testify, and I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Bennett. Are there any questions this morning for Mr. Bennett? Yes, Representative Bloom.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Bennett. Thank you for being here. It seems to me that the site law is just going to get more complex as we, with the advent of increased climate change effects, we're going to have to be revisiting site law to make it more amenable to that. Would you not agree with that?
Yes, Representative Bloom, I would agree with that.
Because we're going, this is going in the opposite direction of where we're probably going to have to head with the site law in the future.
I completely agree with you.
Thank you.
Any additional questions? All right, thank you for joining us, Mr. Bennett.
Thank you very much for having me.
And next up is Robert Howell. After Mr. Howe is Neil Goldberg. Welcome, Mr. Howe.
Good morning. I guess I pushed all the right buttons. You can see me.
You have arrived.
Thank you, Senator Brenner. Good morning, and good morning to Representative Tucker and the other esteemed members of the Committee on Environment and Natural Resources. My name is Robert Howe. I'm a resident of Brunswick, and I'm here today on behalf of the main chapter of the Sierra Club, which is one of the largest and oldest environmental organizations in the country. You have my written statement, and I promise not to read it all because I'm certain you will do that. The bills before you this morning constitute what we see as a multi-pronged attack on the core of Maine's environmental protection laws. If these bills are designed to address a real problem, that problem is not that the state is doing too much to protect our air, our land, and our waters. The problem is that the department does not have sufficient resources, i.e. staff, to conduct reviews that are both thorough and timely. These bills do nothing to solve that problem. Following that in my statement, I give kind of a summary of the impacts we see from these bills, and then I go on to say a little bit more about each of them. You've heard some of these concerns already, but I want to highlight a couple of things that others may not have said. LD 988 would allow, I think, for the first time, for permit applicants to negotiate not only the timetable of their review with the department, which they can do now, but also their fees. Our concern with this is that it might create what you might call a pay-to-play scenario. We'll pay a higher fee if our timetable is shortened. I think this could create the perception of favoritism and probably isn't going to be helpful to the department or to the review process generally. With regard to LD 1098, my understanding, and I've talked to people at the DEP who conduct these reviews, is this increased exemption for certain projects. If those projects were later to seek an expansion or new construction in a way that would trigger review, that review will encompass the work that was previously done and thus exempt. And it's not uncommon for that to result in the DEP finding that the original project was not performed to standards and will require the applicant to do the work over. That gets costly for applicants and in the long run isn't, I don't think, going to be helpful to them. So I think, I don't know that I've got anything specific on other bills that others haven't mentioned. I just want to summarize this way. There is a need for more staff at the Department of Environmental Protection. And it's not simply our impression that that's the case, it's the Mills administration's also. In their supplemental budget request, LD 2126, of a little over a year ago, the administration asked for 10 new positions for the Land Resources Bureau. But that request became the victim, one of many, of the COVID-19 pandemic when on the 17th of March, 6 days after the World Health Organization declared the pandemic, the legislature rapidly enacted a revised budget bill that eliminated those positions and many other proposed expenditures and adjourned the same day. It's unfortunate that projects that may lead to new jobs and more economic development may be delayed due to the lack of adequate staff. While the lack of sufficient staff was likely of long standing, these projects are now among the many casualties of the pandemic. However, as the economy gets back on track and the state's revenues return to pre-pandemic levels, those positions need to be filled. Permanently gutting our environmental protection programs is unwarranted and an inappropriate means of responding to an unforeseeable but temporary crisis. We urge you report these bills out, ought not to pass, and I thank you very much for the time.
Thank you, Mr. Howe. Representative Bloom has a question, I believe, or maybe just a hand up. Okay. Any questions for Mr. Howe? All right, not seeing any. Thank you for joining us this morning.
Good luck with your work.
Thank you. And Mr. Goldberg will be next. Welcome, Mr. Goldberg.
Hello.
Hi there.
Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, and members of the Environment and Natural Resources Committee. My name is Neil Goldberg, and I am providing testimony in opposition of LD 678, LD 1028, LD 1038, LD 1089, and LD 1097, as well as testimony neither for nor against LD 988 on behalf of MMA's Legislative Policy Committee. Our members believe really at the center of all of these bills is a failure to recognize that federal and state regulations are going to remain in place whether the state chooses to be a partner in the development review or not. So these bills are primarily shifting responsibilities onto municipalities that they don't have the expertise to address, especially since they're still on the hook to federal EPA regulations. Municipalities do need the expertise of their state partners to play a more active role instead of a less active role in assisting them to meet federal and state obligations. When or if a community feels it can shoulder this burden adequately, they can obtain delegated authority. So we see this as an issue of staffing limitations that are the real barrier to faster and more efficient site law. These bills are addressing a human resource matter by either passing the buck, creating shortcuts for adverse development, or setting unachievable application timelines. At the same time, these bills are extending exemptions to really unreasonable limits. I can address some of those later. And the end result is a significant weakening of the state's site law that protects municipalities and all of our environments, while exposing our communities to potential federal violations. And as we're hearing, this is all in the name of efficiency. So some of the individual bills that our members are concerned about, top of the list, 1097. Some of the exemptions here are extreme, as noted by other people testifying. A 10 megawatt solar energy project can be very large, and it can overlap multiple habitats and different environments that require the expertise of environmental professionals, engineers that municipalities just typically don't have on staff. It's great to hear that Lewiston does, but many of our members are going to be hiring contractors, very expensive consultants for some of these projects. We also see 1028 as too large of an expansion. In some of the thresholds, they're increased almost 400% as exempt under site law, and it just seems too large of a step at first. As mentioned earlier, it'll take a lot of work to undo some of these adjustments if they're made, if they are ultimately enacted. 1038, we believe, imposes an unrealistic expectation on DEP, probably at the risk of missing things that ultimately might bog down this process in litigation. So it might just be more efficient to stick with our current process than create maybe headaches for us down in the future. Opposing 1067, primarily for it being a concept draft that's a bit unclear. And then additionally, the association wouldn't want to support any bill that weakens public involvement in the comments portion of the permitting and licensing process. So for all of these reasons, and then the collective concern of what responsibility it passes to municipalities, we urge you to vote ought not to pass on the proposed legislation for LD 678, 1028, 1038, 1089, and 1097. But would put in there that we are neither for nor against 988 on the basis that it would increase a little bit of transparency for the developers and probably some information from the onset of project application that they do need, and it might help answer some of their questions sooner. So thank you for your time and consideration. I'd be happy to address any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Goldberg. Any questions for Mr. Goldberg this morning? All right, not seeing any. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
And next up is Susan Gallo. Welcome, Ms. Gallo.
Hi, thanks so much for having me. Senator Brennan, Representative Tucker, and distinguished members of the Environment and Natural Resources Committee. My name is Susan Gallo, and I am here today as the Executive Director of Maine Lakes. We are an organization dedicated to a statewide mission of water quality protection and preserving the ecological, economic, recreational, and aesthetic benefits of Maine's lakes for everybody. Thanks for the opportunity to appear today before you in opposition to this suite of shoreline zoning bills. Maine Lakes works tirelessly to communicate to lakefront homeowners the many reasons why they need to take action to protect the integrity of their shorelands. With the support of DEP and funding from DEP, and with an army of passionate volunteers, we run the Lake Smart program, which reaches hundreds of lakefront homeowners each summer. Properties that slow the flow of rainfall so there's little or no erosion affecting lake water quality get a Lake Smart award, and those not reaching Lake Smart standards get recommendations for what they need to do to improve water quality protection and receive an award in the future. The message we convey to Lake Smart participants is that every small source of non-point source pollution from their property, from their neighbor's property, across the entire, not just the lakeshore, but across the entire watershed add up. Our former executive director, Maggie Shannon, referring to Lake Health, called this death by 1,000 cuts, and it's a critical message for our for our landowners to hear, understand, and act upon to protect their lakes. These bills counter the core messaging of Lake Smart. They weaken important processes that are in place to reduce the number of small cuts, or in some of these bills, large cuts that are in place to protect our lakes, not just for business owners or homeowners or towns that rely on revenue, but for all of us who visit and use lakes throughout the year. I raised specific concerns for each bill in my written testimony that I've submitted, so I'm not going to take time to repeat those today. I just want to touch on a few other points I heard in the earlier testimony. I understand the frustration that brings these bills to the committee today, but these bills are the wrong approach to solve those frustrations, to fix those frustrations. Maine is lucky to have strong shoreline zoning laws that protect our land, water, and wildlife resources. As Senator Keim said, these are the golden egg that we all need to protect. Yes, Maine permits take longer than Texas or California or Florida, and that's good. Maine has more to protect. Our golden egg is bigger than theirs. Protecting this golden egg takes a village. It takes strong agencies that work hard with limited staff and not enough funding to meet their mission of natural resource protection. More staff and more funding for DEP could help with the frustrations of permit timeliness and predictability for businesses. Hamstringing these agencies will not work. It takes an engaged public, from individuals to lake association to regional watershed organizations to statewide organizations, including Maine Lakes, that work hard to protect our water resources. The public role should not be reduced as it would be in these bills. And developers must also do their part by following strong critical shoreline protection rules. We all want Maine's economy to grow and thrive, but the reviews that are in place will let us do that. At the same time, will help us prevent, minimize, and mitigate natural resource harm. Although I appreciate this wasn't the intent of these bills, and that the sponsor and supporters believe that natural resource protections will remain in place with these bills, we strongly, absolutely disagree with that assumption. Increasing exemptions for large projects, reducing public input, putting unrealistic timelines, and reducing protections for revegetation, all will result in the end in decreased natural resource protection. All these bills will undermine DEP's ability to protect our natural resources. It is our belief they will crack our golden egg of healthy natural resources, and we believe they put our future water quality at great risk. I urge you all to oppose every one of these bills. Thank you for your time and attention today.
Thank you so much, Ms. Gallo. Any questions this morning for Ms. Gallo this afternoon? All right, not seeing any. Thank you for joining us. And next up is Becky Bartovics. If you're in the attendee space and you're here to speak in opposition for the legislation, if you could make sure to raise your hand so we know to call on you, that would be helpful. All right, welcome back.
Hi, am I here? Yes. Hi, I'm dressed as a farmer because that's what I am. So I apologize for looking the way I do.
No apologies needed.
No, I guess not to you. Thank you, Senator Brenner and Representative Tucker and members of the committee of Joint Committee. I'm not going to take a lot of your time because most of what I would have said is in my testimony and has already been said. I just have served as on the North Haven Planning Board. I'm on the Comprehensive Planning Committee, on the Board of Appeals, and I'm currently on the Budget Committee, as well as being very involved with the Sierra Club. There are a couple of things that I just want to refer to. One, LD 678. Reducing public comment would be a serious problem, and I do not understand, of course, because it's a concept bill, why one would want to restrict stakeholders or public comment, but it's extremely important. Many times information is brought forth by the public that has not been on the view screen of the DEP. I'm thinking about, you know, for instance, was mentioned the aquaculture issues. There's, you know, whole new systems of developing aquaculture that have not been tried anywhere. And it will take some time for the DEP to evaluate that. And it's really valuable to have the public comment that helps those who are adjudicating understand. Secondly, as a member of a planning board, I just haven't heard from anybody else who served on planning board. The idea that a small community, even Lewiston, would have the capacity to deal with the Clean Water Act and looking at downstream, downwind of projects is horrifying to me. And the idea that we could have 100 house subdivision that did not require site review is appalling. I urge you to vote not to pass on all of these bills. And I understand that there may be some way to support the DEP. Strongly urge the legislature to have a robust discussion budget-wise to improve the situation at the DEP. We used to have a DEP that was the toast of the nation. We had wonderful scientists and wonderful people supporting the states, you know, which we have made use of in North Haven, no longer available to us. It would be really great to get back there. And, you know, expediting is not in the interest of long-term sustainability of our environment here, which we are, as Susan Gallo mentioned, you know, the golden egg of Maine is drawing people here. We need to do a good job of developing our state. So thank you very much. And I would be happy to answer questions. I appreciate the time. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any questions for Ms. Bartovics? All right, not seeing any. Take care. Thank you. Have a good day on the farm.
Thanks.
And let's see, anyone else here to speak neither for nor against the legislation? If you could raise your hand. All right, I am not seeing any hands going up. So this will be the last chance if you're in the attendee space to speak on the suite of bills for site law. Going once, going twice. All right. So I believe that will close our public hearing on these 6 bills. And we will schedule a work session in the future. Does anyone have any questions that they want to make sure we have addressed for the work session that they want to bring up now, or perhaps they can send notes to the committee or to Dan to request additional information? I suspect you're all hungry. I'm feeling it. So it is noon. I think before we get started with our next 2 work sessions, we should take a little lunch break. Let's go for 45 minutes and we'll be back, well, a little less than 45 minutes. So if we get back here about 12:45, does that work for everyone? Great. See you then.
I have a 1 o'clock meeting at USM that's going to last until about, I think, 2:30 or 3. So I might be bopping back and forth.
You can watch us on hyperspeed on YouTube later tonight.
I could, because I do look forward to doing that on an evening basis regularly, Senator.
Did you guys all have a nice lunch?
Yeah, I took a little walk. So I'm intrigued, Senator Brenner, by your saying you're adamant about getting your 10,000 steps in. Good for you. That's hard to do. I'm only up to 4,000 today.
I'm at 660.
Back and forth between the office and the kitchen.
Yeah, but I should be spending more time in the kitchen.
I'm going to check again now. You've got my competitive juices going. I'm going to care.
Oh, dear.
4471.
It's good.
All right. You're approximately 7 times mine.
Say, Chris, are you up in Aroostook County?
Who?
No, I'm here in Augusta.
In Augusta, okay.
My internet's not stable up there.
Mm.
Yeah.
It's aggravating to sit there and then lose it and come back, and I've got an introduce a bill Wednesday.
Yeah.
It even gets worse if you're trying to introduce. No, I've got a work session on Wednesday. If you try to do something like that and you can't talk when you need to.
Mm-hmm.
And then today I talk when I don't need to. So it's all.
Do they have good IT support if you go to the State House?
Yeah, well, it's very consistent here. Works good.
Yeah.
And the support is right across the hall if we do need it.
Yeah.
Well, I'm so excited for us to all be back together.
Okay.
Looking forward to it. All
For
right.
the record, we're still live streaming, right?
Yeah, we are. Let's go ahead and get started with our next public hearing. We have LD 909, an act regarding the depth of Phillips Lake in Dedham. And I believe O'Connell, Representative O'Connell's here. Let's see, in the attendee space. We'll bring him on over. Welcome, Representative O'Connell. Can you hear us? Representative O'Connell, you're still muted and your camera's off. So if you're there at your desk and you're able to unmute and turn your camera on, we are ready for you. Sabrina, have you received any messages from Representative O'Connell?
Only earlier to confirm the Zoom link, which he clearly has. So I'm not sure, but I can try to find his phone number real quick.
Senator Brenner.
Yes.
When I've tried to introduce bills and I've lost and it went unstable, I couldn't get the clerks because they weren't answering their phone while the hearings were going on. So as far as I'm concerned, there's no way for anybody to tell you if they're having problems.
Okay. So we're going to try, I think, to give Representative O'Connell a call. And
Senator?
Yes.
I just sent Representative O'Connell a text message telling him that we are awaiting him in ENR.
Okay. Thank you. All right. I suggest we give Representative O'Connell another 30 to 45 seconds, and then we can maybe skip this public hearing, come back to it, move on to the next one, and perhaps he'll join us in the meantime. I think something's happening. Hello, Representative.
Hey, thank you for your patience. I think I lost you during your lunch break.
Welcome.
Thank you. Okay, are we ready to go?
We are ready to go.
All right, Senator Brennan, Representative Tucker, and esteemed members of the Joint Standing Committee on Environment and Natural Resources. My name is Kevin O'Connell. Can you still hear me?
We sure can.
Okay. I represent House District 128, which is most of the city of Brewer. Thank you for the opportunity to present LD 909, an act regarding the depth of Phillips Lake in the town of Dedham. I bring this bill before you today to correct an action taken by the 122nd Maine Legislature back in 2005. Through LD 790, our predecessors supported a bill to create a private and special law regarding the water levels of Phillips Lake, which is located in Dedham. That bill came at the request of a Bangor resident with property on the lake who wanted to build on their property but was unable to do so. The bill was introduced to set a specific water level, and after it was amended and passed into law, it established that the state, rather than the Lucerne in Maine Village Corporation, would have control over the water level. From my understanding, this is the only lake in Maine that has a water level dictated by the state. At the time this bill was being worked in the Natural Resources Committee, a number of year-round residents of the lake and others, including the chair of the Board of Overseers for the Village of Lucerne, wrote to the committee in opposition to this bill. I think Mr. Robert H. Frazier, a member of the Board of Overseers, made a very good point in his written testimony, and that is, one resident only has proposed this legislation. This truly does not reflect the feelings of the residents of Phillips Lake. Legislation should pass when it best affects the residents of an area. Legislation should be passed which reflects local residents' need for changes. Legislation should be passed allowing state control when local control is not working. In this case, none of these is true, and we urge your support in opposition of this bill. Despite their efforts, LD 790 passed through committee and the legislature and became law. The residents and property owners of Phillips Lake today continue to feel the effects of this bill. During the summer months, when there's less water feeding into the lake, the water level gets fairly low. It's also becoming more common for the water level to get low sooner and to remain low for longer than it has in the past. there are real concerns with low water levels during summer months, which can lead to algae blooms and choke out the fish, not to mention the toxic effect they would have on the people and dogs who frequent the water. LD 909 seeks to return oversight of the water levels of Phillips Lake to the Lucerne and Maine Village Corporation, which they previously had from 1961 to 2005. And I also ask if you could further read the other testimony I submitted with mine that is very educational for this issue. So in closing, I'd like to thank you for your consideration of this proposal and for your attention. And I'm happy to answer any questions you may have for me.
Thank you, Representative O'Connell. Are there any questions? Yes, Representative Bloom.
Thank you. Representative O'Connell, welcome to our committee. So how does one control the water levels, and what is the state not doing that the village corporation could do?
With the bill that was set in 2005, the water level has to remain at 227 feet, which is done by a dam at the end of the lake where there's an outlet. And with that being said, we used to be able to put boards in the dam, 6-inch boards. If we say we knew we were going to get a heavy rain event and that water level was getting lower than at that dam, dictated by the state at 227 feet above ocean level, sea level, then with the state involved, we're not allowed to put any boards into the dam anymore. Whereas we used to be able to control the water level a little bit, at least 6 inches, at least to keep it up to a safe level. Again, for safety for boats and people skiing, people on jet skis, and then again for the health of the lake, which is the biggest issue.
So the dam is the problem then? I guess I don't quite understand why. So if the state controls the dam in general, and you don't want them to control the dam?
And what it is that the state dictates to us what we can do with that dam because of this one individual that bought a piece of land that he couldn't build on. He wanted more shoreline. So he wants less water. Less water gave him more shoreline. Less water also has the cause of safety effects and the possibility of algae blooms, which is not healthy for the lake. So I think you'll understand further when Representative Perry testifies. It's definitely going to give you clarification of the history behind this.
Great, I'll wait. Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Dudera.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Senator. And yes, welcome, Representative O'Connell. So in this case, the state owns your particular dam?
No, they don't own it. They just dictate what it
Okay,
is.
they don't own the dam. All right, so this is, I've got the same situation on the pond that we've got to camp on where we own the dam. But because this law came into effect, which dictated how high the water's got to be, if it's holding your hands as opposed to what you can do, right?
Exactly.
Okay, thanks.
You're welcome.
Any additional questions? Representative Bloom, are you curious? Okay. Thank you so much. Yes, Representative Dudera.
Thanks. And Representative O'Connell, do you have a pond association that's pretty active with membership, and what does the pond association say about this? And also, is the association doing regular maintenance on the dam?
What it is, we have a Lucerne Inn Village Corporation within the town of Dedham that actually owns the dam. And since 2005, they haven't done anything with the dam because they're leaving it as is. So that's where we're at right now. We're trying to rectify that situation.
Representative O'Connell, you mentioned Representative Perry, who I do not see in our attendee list this afternoon. Do you know if she's planning to join us? You might.
That was Joe. That was Representative Joe Perry, and
oh, not Ann. Okay.
He was on hold prior to your break. I'm hoping that he can break away from his.
my apologies for recognizing the wrong Representative Perry. Maybe if you have an opportunity to send him a text or give him a ring and let him know we're chatting about the bill. Great.
Absolutely. Yes, I can do that.
Any additional questions for Representative O'Connell? All right, thanks for introducing the bill. And next up, we'll hear from folks that are in the attendee space that are here to speak in favor of the legislation, and also from, hold on, let me just get back to my list here. From Nick Livesay again, from the DEP. So we'll start with Mr. Livesay, and then we'll move on to other folks in the attendee space.
I'm actually here for the next bill. We're sitting.
You're here for the next bill. All right. It looks okay. My apologies. Okay. So I don't think we have anyone from the department. Yes, Mr. O'Connell, Representative O'Connell.
I just spoke with Representative Perry, and he said he was trying to get on. He said he was going to call the committee.
Okay. So Sabrina, if you can keep an eye out for that, that would be helpful. All right, so we'll move on to folks that are here to speak in favor of the legislation. Richard Sebra will be next.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Welcome.
Okay, so good afternoon, chairs and committee members of the Environment and Natural Resources Committee. I am Representative Rich Sebra. I represent District 68, the lovely towns of Naples, Sebago, Baldwin, Cornish, and Parsonsfield. And I am here today to introduce LD 1161, an act concerning marina-based restaurants in the shoreland zone.
Mr. Sebra, Representative Sebra, I'm just going to pause you for a second because we're actually not on that bill yet. We're hearing testimony in support of LD 909 right now. My apologies. Okay. Your hand was up, which is why I brought you in.
Okay. Sorry. It's all right.
Time out. Okay.
All right. I'll be here.
Let's get reorganized here. All right. We are still doing a work session or a public hearing on LD 909. So I'm looking for folks in the attendee space that are here to speak in favor of the legislation. And I believe we now have Representative Perry with us, so we'll bring him in next. Whew. You guys. All right. Welcome, Representative.
Thank you. I've been watching right along, and I think what happened was I was using Kevin O'Connell's link, and so it was not allowing me to participate. So here I am.
Why we had two O'Connells in the attendee space. That's funny. Sorry about that.
That's all right. So I did see, I think, all of this. I might have missed Kevin's opening, but Madam Chair, Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, members of the committee, it's a pleasure to be here today. And I probably more than anyone am responsible for this mess you're having to deal with today. And we're really going to need your help to sort it out because it's actually, I think, more complicated than Representative O'Connell actually even portrayed. When back in 2004, when I was campaigning, I met a fellow who had this piece of land down on the lake. Kevin and our families have had camps on this lake since the 60s. Okay, so we've seen what's gone on all these years. My family's camp is down near the dam. We'd walk down the railroad tracks to the dam, and they would have, it's not that big a dam, maybe 16 feet across, and they would put big timbers on there to hold extra water in it. When I met Mr. Heber, the fellow who owned a piece of land up at the other end of the lake who wanted to build, the water level was too high, and he presented existing law that the 237 was in existing law, and his argument was the village corporation was not obeying existing law by putting these timbers up there, and they should be forbidden from putting the timbers up. And I put the bill in by request and never really imagined much was going to come of it. And I was shocked when the thing passed. And I was the most hated guy down at the lake after that, because no one wanted the timbers gone and the lake level to go down. And then people started, hitting rocks that weren't a problem in the past. And so I can't tell you how shocked I was when I showed up at the Village Corporation meeting this winter with Representative O'Connell and found it was a controversial issue now, because apparently the people who picked up beachfront or waterfront don't mind, and the people whose lakefront is being eroded, like I feel like my family's camp has, and the people who are hitting rocks are opposed. So it's a little more controversial than I thought at this point after all these years. And I don't blame the Village Corporation, a member of 3 people, who maybe don't want to take this responsibility back on, because it is somewhat controversial that people on the lake have different opinions of what they want to see. But it does seem like the state isn't managing the dam. The state just said you can't put the timbers up there anymore. And so what I think the people who live on the lake, the majority of them want to accomplish, is a little flexibility. Now, my in-laws camp is down at Green Lake. In the spring, the water is really high, and come Labor Day, they start draining the thing, and it goes down probably 10 feet, 5 or 10 feet. They have great flexibility. There's no flexibility at Lucerne Lake, because they can't put the timbers in. I also sense from the overseers that it's kind of hard, dangerous work putting these timbers in and out. And they're kind of satisfied with the way things are. But it seems important that in the spring, no one wants the water too high in the winter, in the early spring. But as summer comes along, the water does get really low. And if they could use these timbers to preserve some of the water, they don't want to raise the lake level. I don't think anyone wants that necessarily. They want to preserve the water that's there, so in August, it's not too low. And how we get there, we're going to need your help, I think, on figuring this out. And I do believe this is the only lake in the state that the level is mandated. And quite frankly, with sea levels rising, that may mandate they raise, if it's 237 above sea level, that they'd be mandated to raise the water level that they may not want to do. They just want, I think what Representative O'Connell and I are trying to give them the authority to have a little play to protect the water during the hot summer months when it gets really low. That's where we are.
Thank you, Representative Perry. Are there any questions for Representative Perry? Yes, Representative Bloom.
Thank you. Representative Perry, welcome.
Thank you.
Who at the DEP is the contact? Do you have a contact at the DEP that is discussed, that is contacted?
No, I mean, I see when I sponsored this bill originally back in 2005, after the 2004 campaign year, so I think it's 2005, the fella who I put it in for I feel sorry for this guy. I've seen him again in the last couple of years. He has spent 25 years of his life and a fortune fighting this thing. His kids are grown, they're not using it anymore, but he's had trouble letting go of this situation because he felt like he was wronged. And his family had a compound 1 lake down the road. So it was a situation where the DEP back in those days was involved a lot, that he had surveyor after surveyor, the DEP, the Army Corps, he'd been to court. This thing has gone on a very long time. Hasn't been that active the last several years, but I don't remember any of the people who were involved with the DEP, and I'm not sure. I mean, Representative O'Connell sponsored the bill, and we put it in. I gladly co-sponsored it, but the Board of Overseers have considered it. We had a meeting where the people on the lake discussed it, but I don't believe there's been any state, action recently.
So the state's not here, right? We don't have somebody from the DEP testifying on this bill. So I don't know what their position is. That would be nice to know. I guess that would just fill in this gap, but it seems to me if they're not here, that it doesn't maybe matter to them, but I don't want to put words in their mouth. But so this is well, thank you. That's all I needed to know. Thank you.
Representative Dudera.
Thank you. Representative Perry, are there any fish ladders or anything like that involved with this dam?
So this dam, it's not that big. The water's pretty shallow in front of it. There's quite a little stream that exits there, and there is a fish ladder. And that was one of the questions, that the fish ladder does let water out below the level of the dam. If this could simply be managed or managed better to some extent by managing a fish ladder. And I don't know if we have any answers on that from, I guess, the Department of Fish and Wildlife would be the people to talk to them. If there's any tools available to manage a fish ladder that's only used certain times of years, you know, not in the spring when the water's high and could be blocked up maybe at the fish ladder later in the summer. That stuff I don't know, but there's a fish ladder.
May I just follow up? Thank you, Senator Brenner. So if this law, if your bill, not your bill, but Representative O'Connell's bill passes, then this Lucerne Village Corporation would be in charge of maintaining the flow, would be able to maintain the flow. And they've got impact from the other property owners on the pond. Is that correct? Just trying to figure out how your pond system works, who's got input into decisions.
So I think it always been, I mean, someone obviously is making those decisions because, and I think it was the village corporation, the timbers would go up, the timbers would come down, and it seemed to be a pretty good system. And it was just this existing state law prior to my bill of 10, 15 years ago that had the lake level set at 237. And so the gentleman who I sponsored the bill for just wanted to try and enforce that and say the corporation was beyond their authority putting those timbers up. The timber system seemed to work. So we'd like to make a law that gives them the authority to put them back. And because I think the lower water I think that problem has been getting worse in recent years. And you know, if, like Kevin said, if there's ever an algae bloom or some of the devastating things that can happen, it won't be good.
Representative O'Connell, did you have a comment or an answer to a question, perhaps? You're muted, Representative.
Yes, please. Thank you. Two things. The language of the bill hasn't changed, other than the fact that it goes back to what it was. It puts it back in the hands of the village corporation. The people on the lake, the people that live there, are the ones that are going to dictate it. Back in the day, they had a committee, a dam committee, and it was a non-issue. Everybody, the people that participated in the dam committee were the people that were part of the lake. That's who took care of it. Another sidebar to this, I spoke to a friend of mine who put his dock in Saturday. He said, Kevin, the water is already a foot lower than it was last year at this time. So I can't imagine what it's going to be like this summer if we have no control over that dam.
Representative Bloom, did you have an additional question? Oh, no. Okay. Sorry. I just don't want to miss out on anyone. Representative Dudera.
Just one more quick question, because this resonates with me because we have the same exact situation on our pond, but we do regulate it. And, you know, I also think for flood insurance purposes, you know, if you're able to control the water level, that is helpful for flood insurance for people. So that's another issue I would just raise. And I would love to see for the work session, just to make sure that this is the only lake in Maine where this kind of thing is regulated. That would be good to know if it's a true anomaly. Thank you.
Yes, Representative O'Connell.
If I could reiterate, please take the time to read the additional testimony that came with mine. And as I stated, it'll be very educational in this process. So thank you. I appreciate that.
All right. And now, yes, Representative Perry.
Okay, just one quick last thing that Representative Dare, reminded me of. I do think that the majority of the people on the pond definitely want this flexibility. I do think the 3-person board of overseers is scared of taking on right now. It's out of their hands, it's in the state's hands, and that they may be a little bit scared of taking on the responsibility and the potential liability of doing this. But I can tell you, it sure seems like the overwhelming majority of the people on the lake want the ability to try and protect the lake, in their hands.
Great, thank you. Any additional questions for Representative Perry? Yes, Senator Bennett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to say thank you to Representative Perry for doing something unusual, which is coming forward and saying, you know what, I messed up a while back and I'm here to try to fix it. And I don't think people have that kind of refreshing approach too much from us elected types. So thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Any additional questions? Yes, Representative Tucker.
Representative Perry, how are you? Good. My question is that the current law says no higher than, right? If the current law is no higher than, why can't the board put it lower than? I mean, all it says is you can't have it higher than. It doesn't say you can't have it lower than.
The dam's exactly at 237.
And you're not allowed to go any higher than that?
That's the problem. That dam level is the max. So there's wiggle room below, but not above. There's a what do you call those round things?
So you want to raise it higher than that number?
Yeah, there's a benchmark on the dam or near the dam that is at the level is set at that benchmark. So that's the problem. No higher than, and they need to go higher than early on so it doesn't fall well below that later on in the summer.
Thanks for the clarification. I appreciate it.
Because a lot of time in the spring, the water is higher. The dam, it says the dam has to be maintained no higher than 237, but at times there's a foot or two of water flowing over that dam. So the level definitely goes well above 237, but as it starts to drop, they want to preserve some of that extra water as it evaporates during the warmer months of the summer.
All right, any more questions for Representative Perry? All right, thanks for joining us. And next up, folks in favor of the legislation, Ryan Cool's hand is up. So we'll bring in Mr. Cool. I hope that's how you pronounce your last name because it's very cool. Welcome.
Hi, welcome. Thank you. Sorry.
Pronounced your last name correctly?
Yes, that is my last name. My last name is Cool.
Love it.
You pronounced it very well. Thank you. Thank you, esteemed members of the committee, for allowing me to speak today on behalf of the residents of Dedham and a property owner of Lucerne and Maine Corporation. So I got a few comments and a few thoughts here that I put together, but I'm speaking on behalf of a large group of year-round residents who we speak regularly about the levels of the lake and the fact that we do not have any sort of control on maintaining those levels of the lake. The residents of the Phillips Lake, including myself, are in support of LD 909, and we're not interested in raising the levels of the lake. We are interested in the opportunity to manage the levels of the lake. And that, to me, I think there's a significant difference between the two. And what we don't want is the levels of the lake to decrease to a point where it does become potentially dangerous for boaters, causing erosion or potentially algae blooms. So as Representative O'Connell and Perry both mentioned, since 2005, when the passing of LD 790 occurred, the state of Maine has taken over the responsibility of managing the levels of Phillip Lake and removed the oversight from the Lucerne and Maine Corporation Dam Committee, who were made up of residents that served on that committee. To no fault of the state simply does not have sufficient personnel or resources to properly manage the water levels of Phillips Lake throughout the year. Effectively, the state of Maine has not been actively managing the water levels of Phillips Lake and has allowed the lake to rise and fall depending on the environmental conditions. In the time that I have been there, I've not seen anybody ever at the dam. I only live a few houses down from the dam, and I've never seen anybody try to manage or take any measures to manage the water. By supporting LD 909, it'll allow the residents of Phillips Lake to manage the water level in order to moderate the extreme highs and the lows of the lake. We'd like the opportunity to conserve water during the times of limited rainfall and ensure the release of water during spring rains or snowmelt. The residents of Dedham and the Lucerne Corporation would like to establish a local committee like we had back in 2005 that'll develop a written plan with the help of state expertise like the DEP or Department of Natural Resources, Inland Fishery Wildlife, to ensure lake levels are properly managed throughout the year. You know, we feel a plan should be put into place to ensure transparency for all to show how we're going to manage the lake and the lake levels. We also need to identify that desired lake level. What is that level? I understand it's set at, I believe it's 227, not 237. But with the rising sea levels, that may not be appropriate anymore. So we need to identify that number. We need to identify action levels, when we can put they're called stop logs that go into the dam, when we need to put those in and when we need to remove them. And, you know, what we're really trying to do is just make sure that once the lake is starting to drop, is that we conserve that water that's in there, so we don't have situations like we did last year where we're, 2 feet or more below where we should be. And what we're trying to essentially do is trying to prevent any sort of issues like boating accidents. I, for one, have actually hit a rock. And there are many rocks out there as the water level drops. There's rocks that come into play that they normally haven't come into play ever. Right now, I don't know who Representative O'Connell was talking to on the lake, but I also put my dock in on Saturday, and I can testify today. It is a foot below it was last year, and with no snow melt this year, and we only had one significant rain, those lake levels are going to continue to drop. And I would say right now we're probably at the level of mid-June, and if we had that opportunity to put a stop log into the dam, we could start conserving that water, but to keep the levels, at or around 227 where they should be, but still have the fishway open to allow the fish to move up and down as needed. When water levels do decrease, we talked about, the rocks, we talked about the dam. But we need to talk also about a potential algae bloom. So when the water levels decrease, those temperatures start to also rise, especially in the shallow coves. And we have several shallow coves throughout the lake. And when an algae bloom, when they start to happen, there's a lot of adverse, effects to everybody on the lake. For example, there's toxicity associated with algae blooms. And that toxicity not only affects us, the residents, pets that go in and swim or drink out of the water, but the wildlife in the area, the fish that live in the area, the frogs, the loons, the ducks, you name it, all of them are affected by this algae bloom. And it also starts to cut off oxygen levels in the lake. And then you start to have fish kill-offs also. And I used to, before I moved back to Maine, I lived in Madison, Wisconsin for a while. And in Madison, Wisconsin, if you're familiar with the city, it is on each side of the city is Lake Mendota and Lake Monona. And both of them were subjected to algae blooms. And they had some pretty horrific algae blooms where the smell would come out of the lakes. And it was a very putrid smell that would fill the entire city. And because the algae would be off-gassing hydrogen sulfide, methane, and other gases like that, and it would permeate the city. And obviously, as homeowners and landowners, property owners, we don't want our property values to decrease. But as we see the lake levels keep dropping and the water temperatures keep rising, we are concerned about that. I appreciate the opportunity today to allow me to testify, and I'm happy to take any questions you may have.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kuhl. Representative Ziegler has a question.
Yes, sir.
Representative, you're muted.
You know, I wanted to go through the day without that, but nonetheless, I just wanted to clarify a few things. This lake is not one of the great ponds, correct? So it's not, the state doesn't have control over the lake.
I don't know the answer to that question.
The second thing in regards to the fish letters, and anadromous fish, if I have that, I always get that wrong. Are you getting alewives, and are you getting anything that's coming up, and is that regulated by the Department of Marine Resources? And that said, is the IF&W involved at all with your lake levels because of spawning?
From my understanding, there are natural smelts in the, I don't think we have alewives anymore, but I do understand that fish ladder is used. At least when I was ice fishing this winter, and I was talking to a biologist a little bit, and I asked him about it. So that was my understanding.
Okay. So you don't know if any of the state agencies are dealing with your fisheries then? I'm just trying to find out where the state, oh, that's it. I'll put the phone away. Anyway, I'm just trying to find out if the fisheries has anything to do with the state agencies. And I guess we can find that out. Thanks.
All right. Any additional questions for Mr. Kuhl? All right, not seeing any. Thanks so much for joining us. And we'll move on to the attendee space. Anyone that's here to speak in favor of the legislation, if you could raise your hand. Kelly Drake. And if there's anyone else over there who's here to speak in favor, that would be helpful to raise your hand. Welcome, Kelly Drake.
Hi, can you see me?
We can't see you, but we can hear you.
I can't. All right. I don't know why you can't see me, but let's try that. Okay. Hi there. Can you see me now?
We can. Welcome.
Okay. Hi. I am Kelly Drake. I am a resident. I'm just a homeowner on Phillips Lake, and I am just here to show my support for this. My family has been on this lake since 1946. So I have a very vested issues with this, and I've seen the lake since I haven't been around since 1946, but I've been here since the 70s, and I've seen the lake regulated for many years, and then I saw it not regulated when this bill came into play. So I'm just in favor of this. I think that the lake levels, I'm going to reiterate everything everyone else said. I am 100% behind everything that Ryan just said. The levels of the lake are just becoming extreme, and to be able to have that local control and be able to get those lake levels where we can control them and try to maintain the integrity of our lake is where it is. As of now, we really can't. We don't have that control. Just gaining local control and everybody getting together as a community and discussing this and having say, of which that one man in 2005 took away from us. And I have heard many years of griping about that. A lot of people just really didn't know how to make this happen and try to get this to come back to us as a community. So that's where we're at, and just trying to, I do know like the fish ladder they're talking about, it had come up in a meeting with the overseers. You know, a big concern of mine is algae. I actually saw some algae this summer, huge concern. I have a friend who owns a camp on North Pond in Maine, and their lake was destroyed. They can't use it. They're completely really lost a lot of property value there. We don't want that to happen here on this lake, obviously. And I do hear the people, I have a lot of friends here, and a lot of our friends are concerned of the same thing. So my big concern is algae blooms. But the lower lake, this is the lowest I have ever seen the lake last year. I think our environment is changing. I think we're going to end up maybe having this happen more often, maybe not. But having that control and being able to change it as Mother Nature decides to change her mind, we can try to control these levels as we see fit, which we can't do now. So. And the fish ladder had been brought up, and that is something I do think we need to bring in, you know, someone from a biology perspective. You know, can you do something with a fish ladder or not? I don't know. In certain times, because the question had come up, how do you add in a drought situation? How do you get more water in the lake? Well, that's a good question. How do you get more water? Well, you prevent it previously when we see that it's happening and we see that we're really low. Yes, we put a board in. That would be the best way to do it. But also had been brought up, can we control that fish ladder a little bit to be kind of a smaller change, maybe, you know, or not open that up. That way you don't have any more at least leaving the lake if they're, you know, but all these things are things that everyone can talk about and have a committee, and we all, you know, vote upon it and have that local control again. And that's where I'm at. And that's where I know I've heard a lot of other people are feeling the same way on the lake, where it's become dangerously low is a big concern. Nobody that I know of wants the lake high. That is, I mean, we all do have land, and we have, you know, there's septic systems, and there's a concern, and nobody would ever, I don't think anyone would want it super high. There's no.
Ms. Drake, I'm gonna have you tie up your message.
Do what?
I'm gonna have you tie up your conclusion here. That's okay.
Oh, okay. Oh,
Thank
okay.
you.
Well, that's pretty much it. I'm in favor, and I thank you for listening. And that really is all I have at this point.
Thank you so much. Any questions for Ms. Drake? Yes, Representative Dudera.
Thank you, Chair Brenner. Ms. Drake, I just wanted to thank you for coming and taking the time to testify in front of us. And I can hear from your voice, this is something that's very important to you. So thank you for
very. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments for Ms. Drake? Thanks so much for joining us this afternoon.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, I don't see any other hands up in the attendee space for folks that are here to speak in favor of the legislation, so we'll move on to folks that are here to speak in opposition. Mr. Rutherford. Welcome. You can turn on your camera and unmute, Mr. Rutherford. All right, Mr. Rutherford, we can see you, but we can't hear you quite yet. You'll need to unmute.
Can you hear me now?
Well, yes, we can. Welcome.
Okay, Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, and members of the committee, I thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today about LD 909. I would like to answer a couple of questions that came out in the previous section by the opponents. Phillips Lake is a great pond. It's about 900 acres, about 100 feet deep, has about 14 miles of shoreline. So it is a big lake. And I'll also tell you that according to our records, the level of the lake has been controlled by special and private laws at least since 1961 when the dam was built. Those were a couple of questions I think that were lingering from the proponents. I would also tell you that I represent the overseers. I am a member of the overseer board for the Lucerne and Maine Village Corporation. And we would wholeheartedly support all the comments that have been made in the proponent sections of the brief so far that have been made. We fully support that. Water quality, the level of the lake, the habitat of the lake are very important to us, and we concur, I think, in everything that's been said, with the exception of the mechanism to get there. We are opposed to this bill, and the bill does two things. One, it does away with the limit on the height of the dam. Currently, the height of the dam is limited to 227 feet. The spillway is at 227 feet. The other thing it does is it subjects the level of the lake to a decision by the Board of Overseers by vote on an annual basis. We don't believe that the ecology of the lake or the level of the lake is a political issue that should be solved by a vote by the overseers on an annual basis. And if you were to take a poll of all the people on the lake and ask their opinion of what the level should be, you would probably find an opinion for just about every person who has lakefront property. So what we would like to do is I'd like to step you through our reasons for our objection to the bill and talk about what our path forward is. The first thing is we're concerned about the condition of the dam. A site visit by some DEP officials in the 1990s, based on a visual observation, told us that we should have the dam inspected because it had signs of loss of structural integrity. Now, 20 years later, that has not been done. We have contacted the dam inspector for the state of Maine, and we have a site visit planned in the next few weeks. And from there, we will get an engineering evaluation if that's prescribed by the dam engineer, and we will fix what's wrong with the dam. I will tell you that the fishway, while there's still a hole in the dam, there is no fishway. It's just a hollow channel through which water runs at the moment. And I would also tell you that the watershed down to Alamoosic Lake, where the watershed, where the fish have to come up the watershed, their fishway is already closed. There's no way for fish to migrate up the path of that waterway up into Phillips Lake at this point. The second issue is water quality. It's been well discussed that there's some issues, concerns about algae blooms and the impact of the lower levels on the lake. We have started discussions with the DEP, and we have a representative, it's Kathy Howitt at the DEP, and we have asked her to do inflow and outflow studies for the Phillips Lake and to create a model for us so that we understand the mechanics of the lake. At this point, what you've heard so far has been conjecture about what is good for the lake as far as lake water level. We have looked at Chapter 587 of the DEP's regulations, and that deals with in-stream flows and lake and pond water levels. And in there's a very detailed description of the mechanics of a healthy lake. It talks much about the normal rise and fall of lake levels due to seasonal variations. And it talks about all the habitat and fish and animal habitat and aquatic habitat that depend on those normal cycles to be healthy, to be a healthy lake. There is also a base outflow required in the lake to provide the correct turnover to provide the water quality that we must have in Phillips Lake. In addition, as I mentioned before, Phillips Lake is the beginning of a watershed that runs almost 14 miles down to Bucksport, and it has Long Pond, Alamoosic Reservoir, and a couple of other streams and waterways that are depending on the outflow of Phillips Lake for their aquatic health and also the quality of their water. So the question is not just what's good for Phillips Lake, but what is good for the entire watershed. And the Board of Overseers have already started discussions with the DEP on how we can help control that environment for Phillips Lake and preserve the aquatic health of all those downstream watersheds. I think to emphasize to you the nature that we're talking about as far as controlling the depth of the lake. In 2017, a 12-inch board and some iron plate were placed in the slots at the top of the dam. In the spring, we had a high water level excursion. It caused damage to low-lying property around the lake, as well as beach erosion. And we could not remove the boards because of the pressure, dynamic pressure on the boards. We had to wait for the water to abate, and we had to take the boards out with a backhoe. We simply do not have.
Mr.
Yes.
Rutherford, we do have your written testimony, so I'm going to ask if you can find a path to wrapping up your verbal testimony with us today.
Okay. The bottom line is that we think that the dam should be inspected. We believe that we need to conduct conversations with the DEP to control the quality of the lake. We disagree with the issue of safety. The lake does have hazards in the lake, as most lakes in Maine do, and you must be aware and operate with due regard. As the lake water goes up and down, those hazards change, and we don't see an impact, a safety reason to change the lake height. So in summary, we do not support 909, the Board of Overseers, and we would like to work, as the proponents have said, on a plan to create the water quality that we need in the wildlife resources for the lake in the state of Maine. And if we conclude that we need a change in the private and special law dealing with the dam, we will provide those to the legislature in due course through our elected representatives. Thank you. I'm available to answer any questions.
Thank you so much, Mr. Rutherford. Yes, Representative Bloom has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Rutherford. I found your testimony very clear and concise and logical. It sounds like a very good plan that you have to talk to the DEP and figure out all of the integration with all the other lakes and watershed. I think that's very important. And I wish you well with that. And sounds like you do have somebody at the DEP that you're working with, which is great. Thank you.
Yes.
Any additional questions for Mr. Rutherford? Yes, Representative Tucker.
I'm still hung up on the concept of no lower than or no higher than. I mean, currently, Mr. Rutherford, the law says that it can be regulated, but no higher than 227? Than 227, is that right?
That's correct.
So was your testimony saying that that it can't be any higher than 227, that that's the height where it runs over the dam?
That's correct. The spillway is at 227. And the only mechanism we have to raise that is by putting boards in the top of the dam.
Okay. So the issue here is that some people want to go higher than 227.
That's correct. I think they want to store water in the lake in the spring when there's a lot of inflow to protect against the lows in the middle of the summer. The point I was trying to emphasize is that there's not much margin there. We had a 12-inch board in the lake in 2017, and it had a significant impact on the, we did flood some low-level properties. We had beach erosion, and docks couldn't go in until June, which normally happens in May.
So why wouldn't the Board of Overseers want the discretion to allow the lake level to be higher than 227 sometimes.
I think what the Board of Overseers want is a process to control and manage the level of the dam. What we object to is the language in the bill that requires a voice vote by the Board of Overseers on an annual basis to set the height of the dam.
Is it your understanding that the Board of Overseers has the power now, just among the Board of Overseers, to vary the level of the lake?
Well, interestingly, the law doesn't require a level. It only talks about the height of the dam. There was previous legislation that precluded, that said that we would manage the level of the lake to not to exceed 227 feet. Mr. Heber, that the representative just spoke of this morning, sued us in Penobscot's Superior Court because his property was flooded during a high water event in the 1990s. He won that suit. It went to the Supreme Court, was returned to the Superior Court, and the city of the Village Corporation in Lucerne lost the suit. So our concerns about liability that might be stemming from the fact that the overseers are doing a voice vote to set the height of the dam is a real concern. We do not want that liability. We don't have funds to fight court battles over water damage on high water events.
Do the Board of Overseers feel that they have the authority at this time to raise or lower the level of the water as long as you don't go higher than 227?
We can't go higher than 227. We really can't go lower because the spillway is at 227. There is a fishway that is somewhat lower, so there is some ability to manage perhaps by closing off the fishway. Currently, the fishway runs all the summer.
So you do have some discretion to raise it or lower it slightly, is that right?
Well, the law currently says we can't raise the spillway above 227. It says nothing about the water.
Yeah.
It doesn't set a water level. The special and private law was changed after the lawsuit. Prior to the lawsuit, the level of the lake was limited to 227, and we lost the court battle over water damage. So the language was changed in 2005 that Representative Perry talked about that said the height of the dam could not exceed 227.
So would it make a difference if the law was simply amended to say that the Board of Overseers can set the level annually?
Well, in my discussions with the DEP, the suggested course of actions by DEP, which monitors Great Ponds, was that we would perhaps create an ordinance that establishes our management process for the dam. What we do not want to do is have an annual vote on the level of the lake. We don't believe that's the right venue to determine the level of the lake. We believe it should be determined, and the base runoff of the lake should be controlled by what's good for the lake. And that we would determine with representatives from the DEP.
At any time, not just once a year?
At any time, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Hanley.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Rutherford, does the lawsuit that you experienced, was that due to any action taken by the town?
No, there was, in fact, the dam was the same dam that we have now. It's 227 feet. But the difference was a special and private law said that we were not to exceed the water level of 227 feet, which is actually a phenomenon that we don't have direct control of. So when the high water event occurred and damaged property, we were sued by Mr. Heber and we lost the suit.
I find that confusing because how could you be found guilty of something, the town found liable for something it has absolutely no control over? I mean, are we missing something? Also,
Well,
to Representative Tucker's suggestion, couldn't the language in this bill be changed to allow the decision of water level to be made anytime as needed. Would that satisfy you?
I think that what we would like to see is that the water level be established by a practice that's blessed by the DEP that ensures that not only are we controlling the lake level at the right level, but also that we have the proper turnover on the water in the lake, which also affects temperature, algae blooms, water quality, habitat, all those issues. It's not just water level.
Don't you feel, though, that with proper understanding and education, the town itself, the overseers could be trusted with making honest and good decisions about the quality of the lake?
Of course.
Thank you very much.
Any additional questions for Mr. Rutherford? All right, not seeing any. Thank you for joining us this afternoon, Mr. Rutherford.
Thank you.
And I believe next up is Mark Whitaker.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Mr. Whitaker, we can. Welcome.
Yeah, I'm
we
not
can't
sure
see you.
See me or not.
Can't see you. Do you want us to see you?
Well, that would be fine. Do I just press start my video, I guess?
That's correct. Oh, there you are. Welcome.
Yes, fine. I'm Mark Whitaker, and thank you for your time this afternoon. Like Kelly Drake, my family's been involved with this lake since 1957. And I understand completely where the folks who have proposed this bill are coming from, because I've watched the water go up and down since I was 11. And it's gone up and down many, many times. The issue of the board in the top of the dam is of great concern to many of us, because of the dam is very old and needs to be reconstructed. And there are methods that can be used to adjust the water without having jeopardizing one's life and limbs, which I have done on many occasions to remove that board, because it's hard to remove when it's under pressure. And I'm speaking in opposition to this bill because I believe the Board of Overseers has the elected authority to participate in putting a bill before the legislature. And at a meeting that I attended for the Board of Overseers, because I'm a member of the Board of Appeals for the village, I heard Representative O'Connell and Perry say that they were going to withdraw the bill until giving the overseers an opportunity to work together with them and with our representatives that represent our village and our lake and our community. But I see that it didn't get withdrawn, and so here we are. And I think our only request to you is that you consider either withdrawing or not recommending passage of this, to give the Board of Overseers an opportunity to work with all of the concerned citizens. And there are varying opinions. A lot of people have built homes since 2005 when the water's been low, and there are many homes that were in jeopardy and will be in jeopardy if that water gets more than a foot above that level of 227. Their septics will be compromised, their basements will be flooded, and having driven around this lake for over six decades, I can give you testimony to that. I won't take any more of your time except to say, I hope that the legislature will support the governing body for the Lucerne and Maine Village Corporation, who has put before you a well-written 2-page brief outlining the reasons that they are opposed to this particular bill, and would ask the representatives that have put it forward to work with us to put together a bill that has the full support of the governing organization, the Lucerne and Maine Village Board of Overseers, and all of us that live on the lake. And so that would conclude my testimony, and thank you for letting me speak.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Whitaker. Are there any questions for Mr. Whitaker this afternoon? Not
I'm
seeing any.
disappointed if there aren't any questions. No, okay, fine. Thank you very much.
Thanks for joining us. Are there any other folks in the attendee space that are here to speak in opposition to the legislation at hand? I'm not seeing any, so we'll call on folks that are here to speak neither for nor against. And I'm still not seeing any, so I believe that will end our public hearing on LD 909, and we will schedule a work session in the future. And with that, I'm going to open up an public hearing on LD 1161, and it appears as if there you are. Welcome back, Representative.
Good afternoon. Let me try this again.
Okay. So
good
sorry about the
afternoon.
mix-up last time.
Yep, that's okay. Sorry about that. Good afternoon. I'm Representative Rich Sebra. I represent District 68, the lovely towns of Naples, Sebago, Baldwin, Cornish, and part of Parsonsfield, and chair and members of the Environment and Natural Resources Committee. I am presenting LD 1161, an act concerning marina-based restaurants in the shoreline zone. Currently, functionally water-dependent uses are listed in Title 38, 463A, subsection 6, and this would add marina-based restaurants to that rather long list. And it also adds a definition of a marina-based restaurant. This bill amends the definition of functionally water-dependent uses by adding marina-based restaurants as one of the uses. This bill defines marina-based restaurant as a restaurant established located on a marina premises that is an accessory to the primary use of the premises as a marina. This bill was a request bill that I put in for a constituent who I believe is here today to testify in favor, as well as some associations I believe are here to testify in favor of the bill. And I thank you for allowing me to present the bill this afternoon. That might have been quick for you guys. I'm sorry. I'm a transportation guy. We kind of zip right through it. So thanks again.
Thank you, Representative Sebra. Are there any questions? Yes, Senator Bennett.
Oh, no, I just really wanted to say, Rich, thank you for your patience. I know you've been in the wings for a while, and I enjoyed serving with you for the good people of Naples and Sebago.
Thanks. Thank you, Senator. My constituent is both a resident of Naples and a business owner in Naples, and I think he'll be joining us shortly. And it's an interesting bill. I always thought that this was actually included in that list, but it's not. And there are some compelling reasons that these marina owners, not just here in Naples, but around the state, would want to do this because it enhances the sort of infrastructure of their own business. So I look forward to hearing from them today, and I hope the committee will give it a good consideration. Thanks, Senator.
Thank you. So do I.
Representative Dudera.
Thank you. And thank you, Representative Sebra, for being here. Do you have an idea of how many, currently, how many marina-based restaurants we have in the state?
I personally don't, but I do know, I'm pretty sure the Marina Association group that I believe is supporting this bill, or at least neither for nor against, they have all that information. And if you want me to get that for you for the work session, be happy to do that as well.
Any additional questions? All right, thank you so much, Representative. Are there any folks in the attendee space here to speak in, oh wait, first we have, where'd he go? Oh, there he is, he's already in here, Mr. Livesey.
Here we go.
Welcome.
Good afternoon. Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, committee members. I'm Nick Livesey, the Director of the Bureau of Land Resources at the Department of Environmental Protection, and I'm here today to speak in opposition to LD 1161. As an initial matter, the department recognizes the appeal of waterfront dining and the importance of restaurants, whether located on a water body or in a town center, to Maine's economy. There may be good public policy reasons for allowing restaurants to be located in the shoreline zone without having to comply with water body setbacks and other dimensional requirements. The two key points that the department seeks to make today are that whatever the public policy justifications for locating a restaurant within water body setbacks, protection of water quality is not among them. And if the committee supports an exemption for restaurants, this bill is not the way to do it. The advantages of vegetated buffers along water bodies and building setbacks are well known and underlie the state shoreline zoning. So I'm not going to focus on that today, point one, but instead I'll focus on the second point, some of the technical pieces of the bill. LD 1161 amends the definition of functionally water-dependent uses to include marina-based businesses. The purpose and the effect of the amendment is to exempt these restaurants from water body setback requirements. Adding restaurants, even just those located at marinas, to the definition of functionally water-dependent use is internally inconsistent. Functionally water-dependent uses are those, and this is what the statute says, those that require for their primary purpose location on submerged lands or that require direct access to or location in coastal or inland waters, and that cannot be located away from these waters. Restaurants do not require proximity to a water body and can be located away from a water body. This is true of restaurants co-located with marinas. Even restaurants at marinas can develop kitchens, dining area, and parking outside of the standard setback. The result of adding marina-based restaurants to the list of examples of water-dependent uses could have implications beyond just allowing restaurants immediately next to or even over the water. The list of examples in the definition is representative of the types of water-dependent uses. It is not an exclusive list. Other businesses similarly operated at a marina would have a legitimate claim under the proposed definition that they are no different than a restaurant in their level of need for water access or ability to locate elsewhere. Co-location with a marina would be the defining characteristic. LD 1161 also adds a definition of marina-based restaurant. This definition cross-references the definition of restaurant in the statutory section governing liquor licensing and establishes that the restaurant must be an accessory use to the primary use of the premises at the marina. Similar to the proposed definition of water-dependent use, the definition of marina-based restaurant contains internal tension. The term accessory structure or use is defined in the department rule implementing the Shoreline Zoning Act. It means a use or structure which is incidental and subordinate to the principal use or structure. This is a common concept in municipal zoning. Where an establishment is regularly used for providing food to the public with kitchen and dining room equipment as required to qualify as a restaurant, this use is no longer incidental or subordinate to another use on the property. An ice cream stand serving marina customers or other boaters could qualify as accessory, but a full restaurant catering to the general public is inconsistent with the traditional understanding of what constitutes an accessory use. A full restaurant is better characterized as a separate standalone use. Our understanding is that employing the concept of accessory use into the definition of marina-based restaurant, LD 1161 is attempting to enable the opening of restaurants at marinas on smaller lots with insufficient square footage to support two separate uses. In conclusion, if the committee is interested in allowing restaurants within water body setbacks or in lots otherwise not large enough to support the two uses, the department recommends this can be done through a new restaurant-specific section without changes to the definitions proposed in the bill. We urge you to vote ought not to pass. Thank you, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Livesey. Representative Tucker? Oops, you're muted, Representative.
Mr. Livesey, I've been to a few restaurants right near the waterfront, sometimes on the dock. Are these grandfathered restaurants? How did they get there in the first place?
Exactly, they would be grandfathered. We've probably been to some of the same ones.
Yeah, okay.
Any additional questions? All right, thank you for joining us. And folks in the attendee space that are here to speak in favor of the legislation, if you could raise your hand. All right, we'll start with Stacy Kiefer and then Jim Allen. Welcome. Good morning or afternoon.
We started in morning and now it's afternoon. Thank you.
Monday.
Yeah. Good job, everybody. It's been a long day. Well, thank you, Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Environment and Natural Resources. I'm Stacy Kiefer, and I'm speaking today in my capacity as Director for the Maine Marine Trades Association. Our association has approximately 120 members, and our industry collectively contributes about $2.9 billion annually to the Maine economy. So modern marinas are much more than a place to just tie up and step off or aboard a boat. Boaters often expect and seek out amenities for their vessels and crew. Many marinas also provide repair services. When he was talking about accessory uses, there are many at a marina. They provide repair services, boat storage, fuel docks, waste pump out services, trash and recycling collection, showers, restrooms, laundry, Wi-Fi, restaurants, shoreside lodging, even some have like condos and hotels and more. Marinas in other states often have swimming pools too, so they become their own sort of little resort in a way. Some of the marinas in Maine that have restaurants on site include DeMillo's in Portland, Dolphin Marina and Restaurant in Harpswell, Dysart's Great Harbor Marina in Southwest Harbor, Maine, Lyman Morse at Wayfarer Marine in Camden, and Paul's Marina and Judy's General Store in Brunswick, where you can get Judy's famous chicken salad sandwich along with a Gifford's ice cream. Many boats do not have a galley where they can prepare meals, so those boaters would be especially drawn to marinas that have restaurants. Now, we understand that most restaurants are not waterfront dependent businesses. However, some are a critical part of that overall marina enterprise and the experience for the boaters who visit. You could say the same about a ship store, a portion of a marina that sells retail items for boaters, maybe a few convenience groceries, local crafts, bags of ice. Retail businesses are not generally water dependent except if they are part of a marina. So the Maine Marine Trades Association is in favor. While we did not request this bill, we are in favor of LD 1161, which would add marina-based restaurants to the list of water-dependent uses in the shoreland zone. As the Maine Climate Council has reported to the legislature, our businesses need to prepare for sea level changes and greater storm resiliency. And permitting for future infrastructure improvements should include the existing restaurants that are part of a marina, so those businesses can continue to serve an important role for both resident and tourist boaters. Thank you.
Ms. Kiefer, just a quick comment that I'm delighted that you didn't speak before lunch because I'd be starving now thinking about the lovely waterfront lunch. Representative Hanley has a question.
Yes, thank you, Senator. Thank you, Ms. Kiefer. How many marinas seasonal in your organization? The majority of them?
Thank you, Representative Hanley. Yes, I would say most are seasonal. We have a few marinas in Maine that may have a few boats stay in the water over the winter, but that is the rare case. And I know Representative Dudera had asked how many marinas have restaurants. I don't have my finger right on that number, but I could try to get that for you for the work session as best I can.
Thank you. So I'm trying to just understand if and from my experience as a boater on the coast and inland boat, it appears most marinas are seasonal. So I'm guessing that any restaurants associated would also be seasonal, and that would probably be a reasonable thing to assume, wouldn't you say?
Representative Hanley, I would assume that makes sense to me. Again, there could be a couple of exceptions to that, but I can try to flesh out as much of that information for the work session as needed.
Yeah, but any marina that had the option of putting in a hot dog stand could actually see a pretty good draw for their business, right? Is that correct?
I would think so. Like I said, a lot of boaters, they will seek out a marina with the amenities. I mean, it's not just a food option or a bar. There's so much more to it. And marinas nationwide have expanded all their amenities just to attract more boaters and stay competitive.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Any additional questions for Ms. Kiefer? All right, thank you for joining us this afternoon. And next up is Jim Allen. Welcome, Mr. Allen. Mr. Allen, if you're with us, you'll want to unmute. Mr. Allen, you are still muted. All right, Mr. Allen, if you're with us, you'll want to unmute yourself and turn on your camera if you can. Okay, what we might do is circle back around and see, we'll leave you in here and we'll see if we can get you lined up to speak. Is there anyone else in the attendee space here to speak in favor of the legislation? All right, not seeing any hands. Is there anyone here to speak in opposition to the legislation? Nick Bennett. And then Susan Gallo. And in the meantime, Mr. Allen, if you're able to get your system working on Zoom, just let us know. Welcome, Mr. Bennett. Welcome back, Mr. Bennett.
Thank you, Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, members of the committee. My name is Nick Bennett. I'm the staff scientist with the Natural Resources Council of Maine, and I'm here to testify in opposition to this bill. I'll be quite brief. What I mostly want to say is that what lakes and rivers and streams and saltwater care about is what goes into them. They don't care whether that's coming from a marina or a restaurant or a house or a golf course. The reason that we have shoreline zoning regulations and shoreline zoning setbacks is because runoff from things like parking lots for restaurants contain phosphorus, they contain salt, they contain antifreeze, they contain petroleum hydrocarbons, and a proven method of filtering out those kinds of pollutants that come off impervious surfaces is through vegetative buffers, through setbacks, as they're also called, that are required by the shoreline zoning law. What this bill would do is exempt restaurants that are somehow connected to a marina from complying with the setbacks, which means parking lots for those restaurants would not be buffered. The contaminants that are coming off the parking lot every time it rains would have free rein to go into a lake or a stream or a river or a coastal water. If there are problems with a septic system, the septic system will be closer to the water source when those problems occur, and not have the opportunity to be diluted and buffered by the organic matter in soil between the septic tank and the water body, which they would have if there was a setback and the restaurant were complying with the setback. We don't see any reason why a restaurant that is not a part of a marina has to comply with a setback, and a restaurant that happens to be part of a marina should not have to comply with the setback. The problems that they present in terms of water pollution are identical. And those are exactly the types of problems that the Shoreline Zoning Act was put into place to prevent. And so we think this is asking for a significant increase in non-point source pollution from things like septic tanks and parking lots. And we therefore oppose this bill. I'd be happy to take any questions. We urge the committee to vote ought not to pass, and I'd be happy to take any questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Bennett. Any questions for Mr. Bennett? Yes, Representative Hanley.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Mr. Bennett. Does the bill in any way exempt any restaurant from any environmental laws whatsoever?
Yes, the bill exempts restaurants that are connected to a marina from shoreline zoning setbacks.
But other than that, I mean, as far as drainage and runoff and, water, sewerage and all that, they're not exempt from any of that.
They're not exempt from, I respectfully disagree. In terms of runoff, they're exempt from having setbacks. And setbacks is the best way to, or one of the best ways to handle runoff. In terms of septage, they may not be exempt from septage codes, but the location of the septic system is going to be closer to the water body if they do not have to comply with shoreline zoning setbacks. And if there's a failure of the septic system, that's problematic.
Yes, but marinas themselves have septic systems and all the other components of, people occupying an area and working and carrying on. And as I read the bill, it simply adds restaurants to a whole list of other permitted functions for a marina operation. So I don't see any exemptions other than the fact that you're going to be allowed to have something alongside many other functions. Maybe I'm reading this wrong.
Well, the way I read the bill, Representative, with all due respect, is that it would allow restaurants and the parking lots that are associated with them and the septic systems that are associated with them to be considered functionally dependent uses. And therefore, for a marina that doesn't have a restaurant, you will increase the area of parking at the marina so that guests could come to the restaurant or could do so. You would increase the number of people who are making use of an on-site septic system. you might put in a new on-site septic system. So I do think that this is potentially increasing the number of sources of pollution in the shoreline zone, and that will have an impact on the water quality of the very water bodies that those marinas are depending on for their livelihood. I think it's a short-sighted bill.
However, from my own personal experience, I see these marinas. There's one on the Kennebec River here in Pittston, and you can buy fuel there and tie up. And they don't allow anything to happen there. So having a hot dog stand right there beside the fuel pumps, I can't see the great danger, except you might increase economic activity and enjoyment of the people using these facilities.
And what if you put in a restaurant that was intended for 200 customers and a parking lot along with it, and you didn't have to comply with shoreline zoning regulations?
But you do. You can't have runoff, uncontrolled runoff. The environmental laws are very strict on that. You know that as well as I do.
But what this is doing is exempting you from those environmental laws, with all due respect.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes.
I have a point of order.
Representative Tucker.
Let's remind ourselves that under our rules, Rule 304, that public hearings are not a place to get into arguments. And I think there's been some go back and forth, and that's understandable. We all ask rhetorical questions and so forth. But I think that this interaction is going beyond that, and it's becoming argumentative and in violation of our rules.
I apologize, Representative Tucker.
Point taken. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Tucker. Any additional questions for Mr. Bennett? All right, not seeing any. Our next attendee who's here to speak in opposition. Oh wait, you know what? We have Mr. Allen. Yay, you've been able to arrive. So we're going to circle back to Mr. Allen, who's here to speak in favor of the legislation. So let's go ahead and we'll take you off mute and have you join us. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Representatives and senators of the committee, first of all, I'm not a professional speaker. I'm not used to doing this stuff. And if I stumble a little bit, please bear with me. I'm the constituent that asked Mr. Seabrook, Representative Seabrook, to write this bill. And we actually hired a former DEP employee to write the legislation so that it would try and line up with the department's guidelines. Totally agree. I'm a 20-year member of the planning board here in Naples. I deal with shoreline zoning a lot. I've had the privilege of growing up on the lakes around the Sebago Lake area. And I'm living my lifelong dream of owning a marina. And we've got a nice little restaurant here that we would like to expand. And because of DEP's position, that it's a primary, not a secondary use, we've not been able to do that. We met with DEP just before COVID hit last spring with the head of shoreline zoning and the second in line for shoreline zoning, along with their Kate Tierney from, anyway, there's that stumble. We were told that because of the way the ordinance is written, they could not back that and to try and get a change with a representative. So that's why we're here. We're looking at this from a different point of view than others might. We have a building that's functionally water dependent. It is this far off the water. And instead of building a second building back further in the parking lot, we want to expand this building, put a showroom underneath it, and expand our restaurant upstairs instead of building more and more buildings out in the parking lot. And to us, it just makes sense to use one building instead of two for two uses. The septic portion that the gentleman was speaking about earlier, we have to apply by all those laws. We have to live by them. They have to be so far away from the water. They have to be sized for the usage of this building. They have to be in compliance. It doesn't mean they're closer to the water. Our leach field is almost 200 feet away from our building. It's a long ways away. And we pump it across so that it is not too close to the water. We don't want any of that stuff. No marina owner does. This is our livelihood we're dealing with. I hope that you guys would take a peek at this and recommend it for passage. I'm open to any questions.
Thank you so much for joining us today, Mr. Allen, and I'm glad we found a way to get you on screen and talking. Representative Hanley has a question for you.
Sure. Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Mr. Allen. You spoke very well, believe me.
Yes.
So, and you have plans. You don't plan on expanding your parking area, do you? From what you're saying.
No, I'm actually planning on tearing a building down. It's a huge storage building and decreasing the amount of buildings on my property. I'm looking to tear down somewhere around 8,000 square feet to add 3,000. Parking lot's still there.
So
the impervious surface is still there.
So like you said, this is your business. You're not going to do anything detrimental to your livelihood, right?
Absolutely not.
All right, thank you very much.
Any additional questions for Mr. Allen? All right, thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
And I believe we have one more person here to speak in opposition, Susan Gallo. Welcome back.
Hi, thanks. Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, and distinguished members of the Environment and Natural Resources Committee. My name is Susan Gallo, and I'm the Executive Director at Maine Lakes. Thanks for the opportunity to appear before you today and speak in opposition to LD 1161. As you are all, I'm sure, aware, Maine's 2,500 or so great ponds, which I heard a question earlier. Great ponds are all water bodies over 10 acres. So we have over 2,500 of them. They belong to the people of Maine. And it takes a village to keep those lakes clean, especially in light of climate change impacts, including more intense storms that bring excess rainfall, carrying more nutrients that feed algae growth and sediments that cloud water into our lakes, warmer water temperatures that promote more algae growth over longer periods, and less time under ice, lengthening the growing season for unwanted algae. Lake smart homeowners around a lake help protect water quality, as I mentioned in this morning's testimony. There's lots of other things out there that help us. Regulations on forest practices in the uplands of a watershed help reduce downstream runoff. Town ordinances work to protect water quality at a local level. And importantly, DEP works with developers at the state level to enforce strong shoreline protection rules designed to protect water quality for all of us who enjoy Maine's lakes. LD 1161 weakens shoreline protection rules and undermines DEP's ability to protect water resources that are so vital to Maine's people and to the Maine economy. The bill changes the classification, we've talked about that, to functionally water dependent and defines them as accessory rather than primary use of the premises. And this will, in our opinion, increase the number of sources of pollution and it'll increase the risks of water quality degradation. Setbacks are the tool we use for protecting water quality. The result of this change would be that with that water setbacks and impervious requirements at existing marina restaurants would be eliminated, and marinas would be allowed to open up new restaurants with dining, parking, and buildings right on the water. By virtue of this location, without setbacks, it is all but impossible to not have water quality impacts as a result of the development. We work tirelessly to ensure that property owners around lakes do all that they can to eliminate erosion and runoff in order to protect water quality. Existing regulations ensure that businesses around lakes do their part to protect water quality. How can this be an acceptable outcome that years of hard work by homeowners around a lake with significant investments of both time and money in implementing best management practices and pollution mitigation strategies could literally be eliminated by one marina expanding a parking lot, using and treating excessive wash and wastewater, and managing other waste right on the shoreline? Maine Lake support Maine's businesses. Although I would fight anyone who thinks that putting a swimming pool near a lakeside marina is a good idea. I'd also argue that if voters want an experience with a ton of amenities at marinas, they really should go someplace else. Maine's brand is all about the high quality of our natural resources, and I want to protect that brand along with Maine's water quality. We know many marina owners around the state who recognize and embrace their role in protecting the benefits Maine's clean lakes provide and work to keep clean. And I appreciate Mr. Allen's issues, but unfortunately this bill opens the door to a whole slew of risky development that puts our water quality and the economic values of that water quality at risk. We believe it's in any marina's best interest to keep shoreline zoning standards strong so they protect the very resource their business depends on. We believe there has to be a way forward to promote new business opportunities, but believe this blanket expansion and reduction in setbacks is not the way to go. I urge you to oppose LD 1161. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Gallo. Senator Bennett has a question.
Yes, thanks so much, Ms. Gallo. You know, I represent the Lakes region in the Senate. What is one of the state's Lakes regions? It's the sort of the branded one, and you know, Naples, Bridgeton, Harrison, but there are lakes everywhere across the state, as we know. And this is just an issue, right? I mean, it's a balance that we've tried to strike between environmental concerns and also people's recreation, enjoyment of the outdoors, and attendant kind of activities. So I have a hard time, you know, with both sides of this one. It's not clear cut to me, and but I look at the list of water-based activities that are already existing in law, and I just have to ask, you know, what kind of impacts are these having? I mean, shellfish processing facilities, et cetera, that seem to be already in the law. And the question for you is not to put you on the spot, it's more to put it out there for you or anybody else that might have an answer for the work session is, do we actually assess the impact of these various categories that are already in law? And is there any information that people could provide about what the true impact would be if we made the change or some similar change to what's being proposed here? Thank you.
Yeah, I think that's a great question, and I do not have an answer for you. The red flag for the restaurant piece is the number of people and the wastewater treatment. And yes, the standards could still be met in terms of where the septic is situated, but as I think it was Nick that mentioned, the risks of malfunction have much greater consequences. So yeah, you still have rules in place, but the risks are greater. And I think with restaurants, the red flag for us is the number of people and the generation of waste. But I agree, I don't have a good answer for you about the other uses. I would encourage the department. I mean, I'd be happy to help. I'm not the best person to do it. I would encourage the department or the committee to look at that list and ask that question, but I'm not the best person to answer it.
Thank you. Thank you. If I just may just follow up briefly, the concern is that I've heard a lot of opposition on Reddit as well from people I know and respect, constituents of mine, others who have weighed in against this bill, but it seems to be a little monolithic rather than like thinking about, okay, well, I think I'd want to start with information about like, okay, what is the impact of this? And what's the impact of what we're already allowing? I mean, maybe it makes sense to switch some of the stuff out, but it just seems that we're flying blind.
Yeah, I'd be happy to provide in time for the work session if that would be helpful. You know, anything I could gather that would be helpful about the impacts of restaurants in terms of water generation, waste generation.
And some of the others on the list too. Thank you very much. Appreciate your testifying. Thanks.
Any additional questions for Ms. Gallo? All right, not seeing any. Thanks for joining us. Any other folks in the attendee space here to speak in opposition? If you could raise your hand. Dale Jellison will be next.
Good afternoon. My name's Dale Jellison. I'm with the Board of Directors of the Green Lake Association, and we just want to join with the position that Maine Lakes has presented and urge this bill an ought not to pass. Thank you.
And Mr. Jellison, I can't pass up an opportunity to ask you what your dog's name is.
Well, that's one of two. The other one is in my lap too. It's Maxwell and Bailey, and they're a Bichon poodle.
Beautiful. Well, I'm glad all three of you could join us today. Are there any questions for Mr. Jellison? All right, not seeing any. Thank you so much. Anyone else in the attendee space here to speak in opposition to the legislation today? We are on LD 1161. Anyone here to speak neither for nor against? Jamie Rue. Welcome, Mr. Rue.
Hi, I'm really sorry. I am speaking on LD 988. I hope to speak on this earlier, but more pressing issues in my life happened, and I just wanted to say I strongly oppose this bill, LD 988, the expansion of the definition for special projects. This bill serves to further remove public participation in oversight of natural resources.
Mr. Rue?
And to create a classification called complex in order to bypass public pushback is inherently anti-democratic. And Brookfield Asset Management is the new Rockefeller. Complex. The
Point of order.
Mr. Rue, I'm going to put you on mute. Okay. Thanks
He's not
so
germane
much.
to the bill. His discussion isn't germane to this bill.
Correct. Thank you, Representative Hanley. Mr. Rue, we appreciate you joining us, although we've moved on from the public hearing for that piece of legislation. We still are accepting public or your written testimony. If you'd like to submit it, we would enjoy reading it. Thank you. Anyone else in the attendee space here to speak specifically about LD 1161? If you could raise your hand, that would be great. All right, not seeing anyone. That will close our public hearing on LD 1161. Thank you, Representative Sebra, for bringing this bill forward. Is there anything that anyone would like to have for the work session for this or any of the other bills that we heard today that they'd like to mention now? I'll just say that if it's at all available and easy to provide, it would be helpful for me to have some information about the economic, what are the economic impacts of these types of restaurants and their potential expansion in our state, maybe from the Tourism Board. And obviously additional information about environmental impacts of expansion. How much of the expansion of these types of spaces are governed by other code enforcement issues that would help to manage. Hold on one second. I'm gonna let the dog out. Pardon me. So I'm just curious if we could get some other information about what sort of code issues in different towns would govern the issues around wastewater treatment and septic and disposal for restaurants development. Representative Dudera.
Thank you. Right. I mean, the way I see it is if you've got a marina that's already functioning and doesn't have a restaurant, then it could create a restaurant under this bill, because we've got a number, as Ms. Kiefer said, we've got a number already of marinas that already have restaurants. And according to what we heard, that's not going to change those restaurants. But perhaps if they wanted to expand, like you're saying, but it's also if we've got a number of marinas who then, because of this law, say, well, now let's start a little restaurant. So I'm curious too, as to how many businesses are those? How many potential new restaurants on the water could we have if this went into effect? How many marinas do we already have without restaurants? Thanks.
Senator Bennett.
Thank you. I appreciate your information request, Madam Chair. I also would be, it was mentioned, but I want to be explicit about it. It'd be really good to get the information on the number of restaurants, these facilities that are already grandfathered, which it was mentioned that there were a number, and the experience with them. My experience with restaurants is that they're run by some of the most environmentally conscious people in the state, and so I'd be interested to see how they're performing and how many there are.
Yeah. Deirdre, are you getting all this?
I am. I just had a question. So you're just looking specifically for restaurants associated with marinas, not restaurants that are over the water or on the water now that have also been grandfathered, because there's other ones like that as well.
Okay.
I think that would be I'm not sure how easy of a number that would be to get, but I am.
Well, personally, I'd be interested in, I know information leads to one thing to another, and sometimes it's easier to get some than others. And so, I'd ask you just to see what we can find that's accessible in a consistent way. Thank you.
Anything else from the committee? Anything else from the committee? All right. So I believe that is the end of our day. Deirdre, we don't have any language review, right? That's Wednesday.
No, I think this was all that was on the schedule, especially since Dan has signed out. Makes me confident that there's nothing else.
All right. Well, the sun's out, so thank you all. We'll take a motion to adjourn.
So move.
Wonderful.
But
Thanks,
I'm also
everyone.
going to encourage the sun to come out because it's not out here.
Have a great couple days. We'll see you all on Wednesday.